Hello
Yeah,
and
just like
no, continue. We're good.
no, I was muttering to myself. Go on.
All right. Mutter, mutter, mutter. All right. Hello and welcome to the library where you can discover your next adventure. I'm your host, the author, and tonight we join the USS Stavanger, the olive branch of the Shackleton, to play Star Trek Adventures, a tabletop RPG at our friends of Metavius. Every week we continue our adventures on the wild and wonderful frontier of the Federation. And we had some technical issues, we had scheduling issues, we're all over the place. But we're here. And now we have to go talk to the Jhatee about stuff.
That mic issue really did fry your brain.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. It's fine. The coffee's kicking in now.
Uh-huh.
So, how are you guys?
We have a grave, but we still don't have a insert new character here.
I'm reading the logs. I already read that.
Yeah. For those who don't know, we have some I see character logs, and now they're getting passed back and forth between ships. So that is awesome. Like, captains are talking to each other. I'm encouraging this. It's almost like we're all part of one big happy fleet.
Mm-hmm.
The world now, universes are colliding. Run! Run!
Almost could say this is a
Captain's
multiverse
first.
madness. All right. And on that note, let's set course for adventure for Season 1, Episode 7, The Chameleon Diplomacy.
Nobody else but me put that together.
All right. And all right, we start our adventures here today with our ship on its way to Jhatee Prime, the homeworld of the Jhatee civilization, who apparently is having some trouble with their space patrol system, as one of their vessels has accosted and assaulted a Federation and citizen in passing through their space on hyped up charges. In addition into this, the situation has exploded overnight, and there has been some news reports that have come out. Including in the Jhatee news is claiming that Starfleet is defending a dangerous poacher in Jhatee space. which is as just twisted and inflamed relations between the two nations.
Clearly, a lot of bad things are happening on that planet.
A lot of bad things are happening on that planet. And in other news, the Jupiter Brain archaeology site, we have lost contact with it. Previously, a Narendra station had like a continual information feed from them, but they have gone dark since an ion storm hit it.
With their lack of supplies, that is not good.
Mm-hmm. So now, not only do they have lack of supplies, but they also have no way of calling for help, it seems. So that is going on. Also, someone is accusing Starfleet of test firing some subspace ace weapon in the Shackleton. And also a laser shark program.
I choose to ignore the quantum collapse for my own sanity.
All right. This is a 2-threat game. So you get threat. Captain, I believe we were about... Let's see, where were we? I think we're about 1 or 2 shifts outside of Jhatee Space. Yeah, we were just like 8 hours away from Jhatee.
Yep. Oh, poor Retro. Alright. Yeah.
84 years.
Continue heading to Jhatee Prime.
Alright. Given all this news and BS that has happened, is there anything you want to research, look up, or prepare before we get there?
Let's see what kind of information Malcolm has been sending back to Narendra about the situation on Jhatee Prime. If there's anything I should be prepared for ahead of time.
Okay, are you communicating with Malcolm directly, or are you communicating back to Narendra?
We're 8 hours away from Malcolm. It's quicker to get it from him than wait for Narendra.
Okay.
This will be through communications, not direct contact.
Just like ask for a file upload?
Yeah, just asking for last 3-4 months on Narendra, but on Jhatee Prime.
Okay.
See what's been going on.
Okay, so looking for that scope of time, this is going to be a difficulty 3 check. No reason up to complication, but communications and command for sure. So reason command difficulty 3. And this and this is just to represent and you like just going through logs and logs of reports and getting a feeling on the pulse.
Okay. No, I have no foci that really apply for this.
Diplomacy, interstellar politics.
Diplomacy.
I'll take diplomacy.
Okay.
First step of diplomacy is knowing who you're talking to.
Mm-hmm. And no. Already off to a bad start. Yep.
Yeah, I can't even and succeed at cost. The information is it's not dense information. It's just very scant, and you're not like really seeing a pattern in anything. It's very.
Yeah, so he's not really been massively involved in current politics. He's not like taking notes on any major changes or change of regime or anything. It's been in very like just surface level stuff. Okay, so there's not really even. Okay, so there's nothing major happening from his perspective, but also it doesn't sound like he's being kept out of the loop on things.
Yeah, it's not that he's being kept out of the loop. It's just that at the stuff that he is paying attention to, he didn't keep that good of notes on.
Okay.
All right.
The political side, it just sounds like things are maintaining the course.
Yeah.
Since these are more patrol ships, they'd be more on the military side, which he wouldn't be involved with.
Although militaries do interact with diplomacy, because you have to say like where your ships are going to be and why, especially if you're trying to be allies.
Yeah, but they also have more reason to keep him out of the loop.
For sure. All right. Everyone else, before we drop out of warp.
I make an appointment to see the captain.
Absolutely. Let's see. What time of day is it? Because we only have one shift.
He'd be in his ready room, preparing for Jhatee.
It's
a good time to start the mutiny then?
If it's Alpha shift, then I guess Sorrel would be in the command chair.
It is beta. It is like mid-beta shift.
Right. I'll be meditating in quarters.
Yeah, Smith is still in his ready room, preparing. It being the most secure place, it's also less likely to have anything go on with it. In that regard, what you see is what is actually happening, was how everyone stated.
Yep.
Every time I see that comm officer, in my head I just hear Lieutenant Bo Rega at your service. I don't know why. Every time I see him.
We could totally give him that attitude. I'm for it.
I think he actually did have that kind of, not quite that level of personality, but whoever was playing him last definitely gave him a pretty big personality. Onwards to the security chief wanting to see me.
Sorrel is off duty. Gray, you've been volunteered. You're sitting in the big chair as this is happening, as the captain is busy doing diplomacy stuff.
Just gotta sit there in the freight for a while.
I'll press the chime button on the door then.
Enter.
Going with enter, okay. Captain, I was going over the sector maps, and I noticed that some time ago, the Gungnir set up a subspace relay near Jhatee Space.
Yes, their chief engineer titled it the listening post.
Which is exactly why I have an interest in it.
You think they've seen and heard things?
That's what I would like to find out. Perhaps we could check in with it and see if it recorded any messages between Jhatee ships and the homeworld that would give us some intelligence on the situation.
That is definitely a very promising lead. Lieutenant Commander, you are in charge of running that down. I have every faith that you'll handle that with the proper decorum.
Yes, sir. I'll get started immediately.
If there's nothing else, you are dismissed.
That's all, sir. Thank you.
Walk out the doors, and they close behind you.
Whoosh.
Okay.
Whoosh.
The voice activated doors.
Starts leaving through the door. Smith says, if there's nothing else, you're dismissed. Benedict turns around. Oh, yes, sir.
So, I presume we're not going to do a physical stop in at the listing station, so I'm going to set up a secure comm link to it and see if I can get our binars, who are experts in this kind of thing, to go through the subspace communication logs and see if they can pull up anything that might have been picked up.
Okay. On a scale, it's going to be base difficulty 2. You can increase the difficulty of that to encrypt the channel more, but it's going to be at least difficulty 2 to set up the channel.
Okay. I'll just go for 3. I mean,
just okay. That and communications, security. Go ahead and set up that encrypted channel.
All right. All right. Go ahead and take one threat. Would focusing computers help?
It's more communications.
Okay.
Or like encryption or... Smith
we could have our
Communications.
ship.
There we go. Gaining momentum. All right, you have a secure link to the station. Now, how far back, Aaron, are there any keywords you're looking for on these logs, or do you just want like the entire brick?
I want to at least go back as far as when the first ship disappeared.
Okay, so 4 months is our time window. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I'm going to be looking for ship names, things like that, reports of, ships in combat, that kind of thing.
Okay, so our keywords are the missing ship names, combat, encounter, anything else you're putting in the Google bar.
No, that sounds like a pretty big net, I think.
Okay. Let's see. What? I'll put it at 4 and spin 2. Waffling between the two. Complication. And then computers. Security. You can also use engineering if you're doing more just keyword searches. But the listing post's able to get your call. They're able to send it right away.
Okay.
Channel appears secure.
Recent security. Okay. This time with focusing computers help?
Yes.
Okay. You got a +1 for exceptional reason. And I'll give you 3 threat. Sweet.
And then +1.
Dang.
Dang. All right. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits. So 3 momentum. And generated. Okie dokie. Now to disseminate all this information. There has been in a lot of reports involving not necessarily combat adding encounters, or it's not couched in like this is a military encounter, but more of this is a lot of traffic stops.
Interdictions.
Yeah, lots of interdictions to scan cargo, security checkpoints, just patrol all things. Hey, are you smuggling dangerous stuff through your territory? Are you going the right direction? You're also seeing a lot of reports, or a lot of reports for safety inspections.
Do any of the communications log mention any of the mission ships?
Yes, all of the missing ships were previously identified as receiving a safety inspection and passing through Jhatee Space.
And then they disappeared.
Yeah, the timescale isn't definitive. Sometimes it's 7 days prior. Sometimes it's up to 24 hours prior.
Okay, I'll summarize what I found and send a report to the captain.
If you want to ask any additional questions, you may spend momentum for it.
The communications log just mentioned that the ships were intercepted and inspected, but not seized. Is that right?
That's a clarifying question. Yes, that's
Sure.
None of the vessels were seized.
Okay.
Yeah, none of the vessels were deemed impounded or anything.
Did the reports indicate that they were looking for anything in particular?
That I will take a momentum for.
Okay.
Mainly they are looking for things like dangerous materials being transported. Not so much drugs, but mainly just like, high energy weapons and explosives, biological agents, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so the usual border custom stuff.
Yeah, usual border or custom stuff. As far as ship safety, they're looking specifically for structural integrity, deflector shields, engine core health, main plasma relay. And life support. But there's something interesting about the level of detail on what they're looking for.
What appears to be interesting?
One momentum, and I'll reveal that.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of fishing here, but the level of requirement. The level of requirement that they have for just like bog standard safety inspection seems excessive. This is even a lot for what Starfleet would do for civilian safety inspections. Like Starfleet would do maybe 20 points. The Jhatee is doing 60 points. They're checking a whole lot of stuff.
If a ship doesn't meet their standards, what do they do?
That's a clarifying. Would that be clarifying? It's a clarifying question. They will I'll impound it, or they will impound it, or give them a fee. Basically, he's saying that you're too much of a risk to be flying through our space. Therefore, here's a fix-it ticket.
Okay. Your headlight's busted. Get it fixed.
Huh? And pay $200 because we found you with a broken headlight.
Right.
It's
right,
both.
Usual. Okay. Okay. I can't think of anything else to ask at this point. Anybody else have any thoughts?
I don't see how much more we could learn from what we have.
I mean, it seems pretty clear that we don't have any clear idea what's going on.
As far as we can tell right now, we witnessed one patrol ship that is potentially rogue, while others have been following Jhatee procedure.
Well, but yeah, it could be, or it could be official procedure is weak nod, nudge, say no more, and what they were doing is exactly what others. We only have one data point.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll send that to the captain then.
Message sent. Captain, you receive this report, along with everything else on your desk.
Mm-hmm. The patty had allocated for when Venix finished their investigation just leaps at him. Reads through it. And acknowledges the report. That's about what he would do.
Okay.
Unless you physically take it to him, there's not a whole lot he would say on it.
That's fine.
You just forward it to him, CC.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it just comes across your desk.
Yeah.
Sorrel
This is
and
definitive proof that the Jhatee have encountered every missing vessel. So.
And Captain Smith doesn't see it because he sent all of his Venix email into his junk email for some reason.
No, he saw it all. Stop, Sorrel, don't make me put the sign that says "I want to mutiny" around your neck.
all right. Eudice, anything you want to do before or we drop out of warp around Jhatee?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Just have 8 hours. Here's to kill. So, Sorrel, anything before we head in? And you're muted.
Does anybody else hear the telltale signs of he's going to mutiny?
Who is?
Sorrel.
Besides him saying it? No, not a thing.
3, 2, 1, and we're dropping out. No, we're not doing that music. But as the Stavanger drops out of warp within the Jhatee Prime system,
soon as we get out of warp, order the comms to report that the Stavanger is en route to the Jhatee world. So the patrols don't get jumpy that we just warped in to do something bad.
Oh, so you're just gonna hail everyone and say, "Hey, we're here. We're on official business."
Well, no. There's protocols. There's probably protocols to send X message to this place when warping into the home system of a sovereign nation.
Yes, there would, but do you know them? And can you do them improperly? Control, command, difficulty 2.
I got very distracted. Some emergency vehicle just went down the street.
To officially
Okay,
contact.
Control command. Diplomacy work.
Have anything in like interstellar law and politics or law?
Unfortunately, no.
Mm,
So no focus.
no focus.
Okay, you could take a threat. Onwards and downwards. No. This is setting a very bad tone.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
Can't
This
even.
is not good. You have just declared war.
We are explorers, not warriors, or diplomacy is the first and last solution to anything. Don't want to get in trouble immediately.
We're explorers, not warriors. You're doing this officially.
That's the wrong thing to take. I don't want to increase the complication to 3. I want to increase my task roll. There we go.
Determination in the first half hour.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the way it is.
Communications command.
Yeah, I got it.
Right,
Didn't hurt
he's
me.
got one.
Fine.
Okay.
Oh boy.
USS Stavanger, this is Jhatee Space Command. You are cleared to enter along this vector, orbital position, XYZ, yada yada. And they give you a vector to follow in at quarter impulse.
Acknowledge command.
No, full impulse.
Helm, take us in.
What's your vector, Victor?
You have clearance. Catch your way between the two gas giants.
Roger, over.
As you're passing by, sure, I'll give like a casual scan to you. Do you resist?
Absolutely not. We are in their space. Resisting a scan from one of their patrol vessels could be viewed as a intentional act to hide or subvert what we are doing.
Okay. Also, what is your alert status?
We are green. We are not here. We are not here as warriors. We are here as peaceful diplomats.
Okay. Power's full. Shields at 0. Okay, so this one's rolling 1. What? I'm not gonna take that one. I'm just gonna take this one. And I see nothing.
We have nothing to hide, so therefore they would find nothing.
You do see that there is. Let's see, which J class is the big one? It's this one. The 8th planet, and at this green. The 8th planet at the green one has a lot more activity around it since the last time you were here. Apparently they're developing some sort of major deuterium refinery in the atmosphere.
Which green one?
Oh goodness, there's 2.
Yes, there's 2.
There's so many gas giants in this system. This one.
Okay. You made this. You made this map.
I made a mistake.
Yes, clearly. It's interesting. They're getting more industrialized. Oof.
All right, and after a while, you make it into a parking orbit. The primitive space station. I don't want to say primitive, but it's smaller and still in development. But there's a scale 10 space station and dry dock assembly being built in orbit of Jhatee.
Okay. The developing space station.
Developing space station. Yeah. It's operational, but there's obviously a parts that are just like skeletal frames that are being built in.
Okay. All right. Contact the necessary people to get clearance to beam down or take shuttlecraft, whichever is the norm for them.
Clearance is granted. You can and beam down onto the embassy at your leisure. It's technically
Alright.
Federation space.
Okay. Senior staff, we're going down. Unless anybody wishes to remain on the ship.
I'm going down.
Oh, ooh, Atrom scene. Author, Atrom scene.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's here.
Goodness gracious.
Who's Atrom? Atrom is on the gun here.
I don't know. We don't know the name of his
We don't know
character.
the name.
No, he is still Atrom.
The player formerly known as the player formerly known
is
as
broken. The player is broken.
Hi, how are you doing?
I spent an hour on the phone with that man. He just kept having questions.
You just kept talking in one long, incredibly long, unbroken sentence. Moving from topic to topic so that no one...
that was the thing. He kept asking questions and I kept having to answer them.
Oh my goodness.
Well, there's where you went wrong. You need to say, I don't know more.
At least tell me you got paid overtime for
Tier 2
that.
rep. I can't say I don't know.
Would you like?
Yeah, I can clock it as overtime.
Would you like to speak with my supervisor?
Now is the time to introduce.
No, my
your
supervisor
character.
left. I was the only one in the call center.
And now on to something completely different, but still very much the same.
And now onto something completely
but
different.
now I'm free.
You're free. Now you get a scene.
Yeah. Hey!
All right.
And-
Strange thing going on. Let's find reveal. Let's do it.
In sickbay,
Thing I don't really guess.
there is monitors is beeping as the camera circles in on our wayward liberated Borg arc that you recovered from a volcano. And alarms are beeping, heart rate goes up, brain activity spikes, and 3, if you could introduce yourself. As you wake up staring at the ceiling.
Hello, I am... Wonderful. Okay, am I just lying on a bed, or is it one of the weird bio beds with like the cover thingy over it, like a shell?
You are lying flat back on a bio bed.
It's about help. I don't remember which one a bio bed is.
Huh? It's
the standard beds that are
standard beds. It's not the surgery bed. So it doesn't have the surgery arch over it, but you do have a suppressor field on.
All right. A suppressor field?
You are restrained. You cannot. If you attempt to sit up, you are unable to.
What's a suppressor field do?
Hold you down.
Oh,
It's basically
fantastic!
just restraints.
That's gonna
Yeah.
help with the pain. Wonderful. All right.
There's some
okay.
annoying beeping above your head.
So, wonderful, liberated, wayward Borg. Yeah. And so, 3 of 12, formerly adjunctive Unimatrix 004. He is a Vaadwaur who is in basically he's like early 20s. We're putting human equivalent on it.
Mhm.
One of his eyes has been replaced by a Borg prosthetic, so he's just got like a lens there. And he hears the beeping. He tries to sit up, which I don't know if it's painful or not, or if he just can't.
It's not painful, but you definitely feel resistance. I can and link
Okay,
the.
so it's like being pushed back down.
Yeah, you're just restrained. There's a force field on top of you that's not allowing you to get up, no matter how much force you exert.
Okay. Am I able to put my arms to the sides? Like, is it only block up, or is it block like all movement? Like I can't roll over, I can't.
You can't roll over. You can't move your arms. But
To put a better picture on it for you, it goes from one side of the bed over top of you to the other side of the bed and pushes, and it's keeping you in place.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
you're restrained and strapped to the bed.
Right. Well. All right. Can I extend my assimilation tubules?
Christ.
Specifically into the bed below me.
You might be able
He's not
to.
very liberated, is he?
7 and also had assimilation tubules.
Did she?
That just comes box standard.
Most properly liberated Borg have those removed for obvious reasons. 7 is an exception due to limited resources.
And so I want to basically port into the bed and see if I can turn the force field off.
All right. So the sheet never wandered its way onto roll 20 yet, unless I'm missing it.
It has not yet. I sent you the PDF version.
Okay, I have the PDF.
Sweet.
Cool. To assimilate the bed, I'm gonna say that is daring engineering. Difficulty 3 because you're restrained.
Okay, fair enough. What's our threat momentum look like right now?
14 threats at 3 momentum. And
Yeah, that
you have
sounds about right for us.
And you have a score of 15.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't use our own momentum to assimilate our own ship.
I'm not assimilating this ship. I'm just turning it up in the force field. Jeez.
Yeah, that's how it starts.
Yeah. So
I do have a bit of a point of order. Doesn't Starfleet have sort of anti-assimilation protocols for their systems?
They do.
We're pretty late in the game at this point.
I know that. Probably not.
Don't worry. Nothing bad's gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, sure. Take a momentum. I would like to roll 3.
All right.
This is the long and the short of it. Since he's a livery Borg Bodwar, he came over on one of the tactical cubes that attacked us, so he doesn't have much experience with Starfleet, if at all.
And you got the 3 successes. Assimilation 2 wheels are able to lance out. You interface with the bed, and you're able to turn off the force field. Just as a nurse earns the corner to address the alarm. So force field turns off, and
Okay.
so force field turns off, and let's see.
Spend a momentum to have a security team on guard.
That wasn't
He would
established.
have one. He would have one because both of the command officers don't have good track records with Borg, so there would be a security officer nearby.
That was never stated when he was brought on board.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
But don't worry. All right.
I'm
Older
not gonna
human.
assimilate the ship unless I have to.
Older human in female. Walks in the room, sees you sit up, screams and slams into the arm button. Doctor!
Well, where am I?
And
Who are you?
Captain, and you get intruder alert
This is not
from
a
sickbay.
reactor.
Venix, sickbay, now. Take what you need.
I'm heading down to sickbay. Security team, meet me there.
Dr. Mateo would respond. Aye, sir.
Everyone's rushing down. This doctor, or this nurse who came across you is not reacting well to you suddenly waking up and turning off the force field. 3.
I retract the probes once the force field's turned off, and I'm just kind of sitting there and looking around.
It appears to be, you would have.
It's not a reactor in a volcano.
It's okay. We recover you from the volcano, and you're aboard a Federation starship.
Oh, excellent.
And 3, you're breaking up.
Excellent. Dead spot.
I just said excellent.
Okay.
That's all I said.
That's what I said. Okay. Security's gonna be here now.
Yes,
And-
your captain.
And at that point, Vanex, you and a squad of security people show up in sickbay.
Yeah.
Hello,
Okay.
are you the captain?
I assume we're aiming phasers.
Yes.
So a whole bunch of
Basically,
people
we'll surround
just swarm into sickbay. He's in like one of the long-term alcoves off to the side, and you're the only one in there, and just us 5 security people come in and phasers drawn.
The captain will be in to see you momentarily. Would you mind returning to your bed, please?
3, you have not left your bed. You're still sitting
I
in it.
haven't gotten
Oh, you're
off
still sitting.
the bed. I'm sitting on the bed, just with my legs off of it.
Very well.
Also, do I recognize the species?
Vanex?
Might, being we're both Delta Quadrant folks.
You
Okay,
would
So the Borg would be aware of them?
you would not
you
be
would
aware.
familiar with Neurosians.
The Borg is
Oh.
not aware of Vanex's species. But the other species you do recognize
Or
as
it's just gonna like,
the other species in the room you do recognize as former assimilation targets.
okay,
Yeah, Mateo's a
practice it
Acacian.
curiously.
Sorry, Mateo's Acacian.
And there's a human, a Beta Z, there's a Vulcan, and behind them.
And he's just looking and like, If you are not the
long as
captain,
he's
who
just
are you?
sitting there. I am Lieutenant Commander Venix. I am Chief of Security.
a pleasure to meet you. We will need your help.
It's nice to meet you as well. Help with what?
I would rather wait until the captain is here. I don't want to explain everything twice. It is more efficient.
If he's just sitting there nicely, I'll kind of motion to the security team to ease off.
Vidix whispers, unconscious is easier to transport to the brig.
Why would I need to go to the brig? Am I a prisoner?
Ma'ato is trying to usurp you as Venix.
That's how it's okay. He hasn't shown to be hostile yet.
Venix, give me a presence security, a difficulty 2 to tell your men to stand down. I'll spend threat on this because, hey, Borg are scary. This is a tense situation.
Okay.
If I wanted to hurt you, I would have adapted my shields already.
Take one.
Oh,
threat.
that's not helping the situation, bro.
I was muted. I was like,
That's not gonna help you.
helping.
That's not gonna
Comp
help
2.
you.
Comp 2.
He just complicated it. Yep.
This man's presence is a 7, guys.
Guys, it's okay. Stand down. Until he becomes a threat, holster your weapons.
Everyone unholsters their weapons. Mateo, you're very strongly inclined to do so.
Oh yeah, he's very much a loyal security exo.
Okay, so you holster your weapon.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Everyone holsters their weapons.
I must ask, was the generator able to be repaired?
The thermoelectric generator on the colony planet? Yes, it was. Why do you ask?
have been a bad way to introduce myself.
I'm sorry, what was that? You were breaking up there.
That would have been a bad way to introduce myself, accidentally removing a colony.
That would have been most unfortunate.
Yes. Most species find that unpleasant, I'm told.
Agreed.
Is my little sister alive and well?
Your sister? I believe she is.
Uh,
She's in the care of one of our
designation-
crew members.
Designation 8 of 12? I put her in an alcove before I passed out.
That's the girl, right?
Mhm.
That,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the Barton
Yeah,
saved
that's a little girl.
all of them.
Yes, she is in the care of one of our other crew here.
Ah,
She is well.
I would like to see her later.
I'm sure that can be arranged.
I
Glad to
will point out, the captain didn't go after Phoenix. He has no idea what's going on.
When will the captain arrive? I'm afraid this is quite urgent.
So Venix, are you
You
gonna
say he
loop?
was on the way, right?
Captain was not on his way.
Oh, I thought I heard him say that.
No,
Okay.
I'm
No, I
staying.
would've-
I'm staying away from sickbay until you gave the all clear.
Yes, Captain. It's safe.
Good. Then report back and let's get ready to go down to the surface.
The Borg 3 wishes to speak with you directly, sir.
What is? And the nature of his request is
3, what do you wish to speak to the captain about?
My colony is in urgent need.
What is your colony?
Where I'm from. The new collective.
New collective. What is the name of this new colony?
Yes. The new collective. That is what we have called ourselves.
Captain, the Borg says he is part of a new colony of Borg. And have you liberated yourself from the entire Borg collective?
Well, we were liberated. It was or when your transwarp gate explodes, that severs your connection rather violently.
and the nature of why they are discussing their colony with us.
How is your colony in trouble?
We are currently being hunted by a group of mercenaries. We have limited means to defend ourselves.
Okay. Captain, 3 says that his colony is being hunted by mercenaries.
Then gather the necessary information, write up a report on it, and I'll send it to Starfleet, where they will send the appropriate ships to deal with it.
I'm afraid there is not much time. This is rather urgent. There's a
We are
reason I
not-
crashed
We are
I
also
was
not equipped to
chased.
deal with
and rammed.
mercenary attacks. We're not equipped for that kind of conflicts.
But you are Starfleet. Your technology is superior.
We are also a diplomatic ship. Mercenary hunts are not what we are designed or intended to do.
I have scanned your ship's schematics, Captain. You have quantum torpedoes. And phasers.
We do
Surely
not
that is
use our
sufficient.
quantums, and our phasers are for defensive purposes.
Do you not defend others who cannot defend themselves?
If the conflict arises while we are endeavoring on our mission profiles, yes. This is not amongst our mission protocols. I'm not having this come. Venix, explain it to him, and he cuts the comm.
The
At that point,
seems stressed.
that wasn't entirely stress, and Venix can probably tell that better than the Borg. That was just the hint of distrust and hatred.
Three, we are in the middle of a situation ourselves. Perhaps we can look into the situation involving our colony afterwards.
What sort of situation? Perhaps I can help.
Can you stand around and do nothing? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure how you can
That
help.
is, by definition, what I do on standby. What is the nature of your problem?
There is a government that we are in the middle of negotiating with, and we are researching some ships that have disappeared. But I think
Raises his eyebrows. In what area? Perhaps I flew through it on my way to the colony.
Are you familiar with the planet Jhatee Prime?
Author, did I pass that on my way here?
Pass through what system?
Jhatee space, or at least the space where the ships have been disappearing.
You are gonna have to give me a check of Reason Con, which is 16 for you, and Navigation Focus with fire.
It's very unlikely that he actually saw anything.
All right.
Since he was crashed there only a few weeks ago, and the last ship went missing a month ago.
Difficulty E for this
go-
check. Difficulty E is 3 because of traits and scene.
Because of trait, yeah.
Yeah, you're rolling
Yeah,
a 16 with
yeah.
a 5
Okay.
focus.
Okay. In that case, you said it's diff 3?
Diff 3. Aye.
What's our momentum threat right now?
12 and 3.
Oh, wait. 12 and 3. Okay. Momentum.
One momentum for third dice. Rolling 3. Let's see if I got this to work.
And roll them bones.
Two hits. You do not recall.
And we get a momentum.
And we do gain a momentum.
Why?
Because Gray has a thing.
Gray has a talent.
Gray has backup plans.
Fancy.
So if any of us fail,
Alright.
we gain a momentum.
Is at this point, Gray, that
Well, that's actually really handy.
at this point, Gray, that you slide into the scene.
You know, she just kind of like literally like sliding a bit as she's like running next to the door. You know the thing where you like slide to a stop. And you like slightly miss.
You slide past the door. You have to scramble back. Act 2.
Yeah, exactly. She's got a bag. Over her shoulder. I have heard the other one woke up.
Yes, he has. 3, this is our Chief of Engineering, Gray. Perhaps you could let them examine you and see if you were in good health, both physically and mechanically.
That is agreeable.
Excellent. I have been wanting to get my hands on your systems first, but the doctors kept yelling at me. I don't really understand why.
Do not know if that is normal. Is it normal for doctors to yell?
Depends on the doctors and what you're asking of them. Think.
Logical.
Yeah, she's gonna just sit right there next to the bed and start taking out tools.
Are you scanning by any chance?
Scanning, not yet. She's like taking out a bunch of stuff and then she'll quickly scan.
Okay, because when you do scan, you're gonna find a few fun things.
Yeah, one thing of note, you got Borg implants. There's like a list of 3 you have to pick from.
Yeah, no, I already picked them. They're on my sheet.
I see directional interface as a talent, but it's... Okay, so I need to find out what those things do. Oh, it's under our other equipment. Okay.
Yeah, it's in my other equipment.
Okay. So...
Yeah, there's the tactical... Oh, sorry, actually. Probably let you scan first before I say what there is.
Good idea. And Gray, what are you looking for?
Gray is honestly just finding information. This is completely new to her.
Okay. What kind of things are you setting the tricorder to?
She's not looking for specifics. She's just going for a general scan so she can see like what is making this person tick.
Okay, so engineering mode.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. Then you had the cortical array. That is going to be difficulty... Reason engineering difficulty 3.
Reason engineering. All right, you can have a momentum. I don't believe I have a focus on for this unless maintenance counts.
It would not. Something like cybernetics, X robotics, bioengineering.
Yeah, not unless like weapons development counts.
That would color my information.
We'll just go without focus.
Okay.
We'll give you 2 threat as well, and the 4th dice.
Gain that momentum. And back. Alright. You find that this is a cybernetic being. They appear to have been organic before, and you see that the cybernetics were grafted or sometimes moved around biological components. So you can tell at one point in time this was like a fully organic being, but cybernetics have been put in. You also see that there's nanites in their blood. They do have a simulation tubulars in there. Is it left hand or right hand? 3.
It's the right.
Right hand. They do have some sort of like spring-loaded ejection in system built onto the back of their right hand. Their right eye has been replaced with some sort of multiplex scanning device, and that is tied to some sort of subspace transceiver or inside their skull, all kind of wedged into part of their brain. And they also have built-in have built-in shield emitters. They're not on now, but there's some sort of like shield emitter or matrix, kind of like along long bones and along the rib cage, just underneath the skin.
What an ingenious way to put together technology and biology. And that was bet you could, this part, she's just mumbling to herself at this point about different ways you could make this better.
Three, you would know, that gray is not a species that the Borg are familiar with. Superficially, they look a bit like Vulcans, but they don't have the same affect, and their eyes are a little too wide.
Interesting. I have not met the Borg have not encountered your species before. What is your designation?
Oh, I'm an Ikari. We're native to the Shackleton. And we are recently going out into the stars.
Just blanks. Understood.
Commander, the Borg have some type of subspace transmitter that connects them to the collective, correct?
Yeah?
Is there a way that you can disable that to make sure that he is not being tracked?
I'm not transmitting.
Do you want it disabled?
I would prefer to keep all of my functions.
Then no, I can't disable it. I mean, my genius is great, but I'm not going to disable something that's attached to somebody.
3, are you able to control this transmitter?
Yes.
And you will keep it disabled?
Unless I have need of it, or unless requested of me. Yes.
Before you enable it again, will you talk to me?
Yes.
Very well.
So you are aware, I cannot contact the Delta Quadrant, or any of the other collective currently.
Why is that?
The transwarp gate was our forward transmission post. We have repeaters built throughout the transwarp network. It is how we communicate. Unfortunately, the link to the transwarp network has been severed in this sector.
Yeah, Sorrel had something to do with that.
Very well. If you feel the need to re-engage your transmitter, converse with me first.
Understood. May I see the ship I am currently on?
I think it would be best for you to remain in sickbay until the captain has made a judgment on that.
Of course.
Hey, can you lift up your arm?
Which one?
That one, the one with the more robot bits.
Like, lifts it up.
Cool, there's some part where I think you touched some lava. Or magma? Whichever one.
Yes, I was endeavoring to fix the generator, but then, unfortunately, my biological half failed me, and I succumbed to the fumes and heat. However, eventually, board technology is very resilient, so I am alive.
I can see that. Do not despair, the generator is all fixed thanks to the hard work of me, my crew, and the people down on the New Dawn colony. Just hold the hand there, I'll get that fixed.
What happened to the shuttle?
I don't actually know, I wasn't there for the shuttle-y bit.
Like, turns his eyes to look at the security.
I presume that it's still in place.
What happened?
It may have been consumed by the lava.
What was the question?
Ah, unfortunate. What
We
happened to the
definitely
shuttle?
don't bring that thing on my ship.
Sorry, what was the question?
3 wanted to know what happened to the shuttle on the colony.
Oh, the shuttle. Was it specifically about the shuttle or the thing that was on the shuttle?
Just the shuttle.
Just
The-
shuttle.
the shuttle.
There was no thing on the shuttle.
I already asked about.
We took the computer
already asked
core.
about
That's the
eight.
only thing we took off of it.
Right. Yeah, the computer core.
Did we take any of the
Unfortunate.
regeneration?
I shall have to get new transportation.
I mean, all you gotta do is...
Any regeneration stuff that we have on the ship, we created. We didn't take anything from planet side.
Understood. Yeah. Well, I think
Yes.
you're at the
I shall
behest
need
of
to
the
construct a
captain
new
now.
alcove.
Oh, we've got that covered. The alcoves make her better. I added comfort.
He like raises his eyebrows.
Well, like
Increasing
why do-
comfort is not efficient.
It is efficient, actually. I've done the math. Would you like to see my math on comfort?
I would, in fact.
Just pulls out a pad and starts pulling out
Oh god. that's
charts
cool.
of
Oh god, there's
Charts
two
of-
of them.
um,
Yes.
charts that she's tracked herself of her own like work output of different levels of comfort during resting time.
There's the captain waiting in the transporter room for the rest of his
Fascinating.
to arrive.
Uh-huh. You know what? Presence engineering. Difficulty 1 to show off your work. Or you does.
All right, focus and showmanship.
Absolutely. 150%.
And you can have a momentum.
Two momentum generated. Going fishing or?
Nope, we're good.
Very good. It is very impressive of work. She's done math, she's done efficiency tests, she's done it before and after her control all tests. This is very comprehensive work. You even
Did
have
she
like
account for like taking up space?
even and pull the whole slideshow out.
Did she count for taking up space? Yes, because that is an important. But that was part of another project for like more efficiently planning her room.
You are very efficient. You would make an
Yes.
excellent tertiary adjunct.
The Ikaru don't do anything that isn't efficient.
And 1, 2. All right. So besides these two, who's left in the room? Phoenix.
Yes.
All right.
Why are you asking, Arthur?
I'm spending
Nothing
threat for
good.
things.
This is why I didn't go in the room.
Yeah, I would have instantly triggered it.
Mm-hmm. Bad things happen when Captain go in a room with Borg.
And now you have a Borg on your.
Instantly triggered what?
I will point out that at no point will I ever let Smith be alone with 3. I have bad experiences with Captain being alone in rooms with Borg.
Venix.
Oh, is that how your last captain died?
Mm-hmm.
Presence Command Diff 1 as some of your security A crew prickle and get super uncomfortable at 3 giving that as a compliment. You would make a good Borg. Or Drone said what? Drone said what?
Almost like the majority of Starfleet officers have experience with Borg in some way or another.
Uh-huh.
And almost all of them are bad.
I'm going to ask that the rest of the security team return to their other duties. I'll stay though.
Easy. Is at this point, Captain, you receive a call.
Mm-hmm.
Bridge calls in. Captain, we're giving a message. It's from the embassy. They're asking when and they should expect you. They're under the impression that you could be beaming down right away. It's been in 20 minutes.
My senior staff seems to be lagging behind. Have them meet me at the embassy when they're done playing with the Borg.
The what? Wait, it's awake?
Unfortunately. Transporter chief beamed me down.
You're just going down by yourself?
Yeah. I'll take Sorrel with me. If you guys can go down and not deal with the Borg. Just have him on the planet with me.
Sorrel is busy at the moment.
Okay. Hello. All my senior staff are poking at the Borg except for Sorrel. And the doctor. The doctor's just off doing doctor things.
Does the captain say this to anybody else?
After
he makes it known that they are to transport down meet him there once they're done playing with the board.
Yeah, after a few moments, the ops officer or contacts actually Venex, bridge to Venex.
Venex.
Captain and had to leave for the surface, but wanted you and the other senior staff to join him on the surface as once you're done playing with the Borg.
We aren't playing. If we were playing, we'd be in the holodeck with like one of the sports programs.
We are evaluating a potential security threat. Not
Are we?
Sports. Physical activity usually decided between two teams.
Wait, you guys want to use 2 teams in your sports?
Once again, showing how little Smith actually cares to deal with the Borg.
Wait, do the Akaru have like a 3 or 4 team sport?
I am.
The Akaru have a 4-team sport.
Eudes,
Alliances can be formed.
Eudes, I will give you a point of determination if you describe this sport. I want to hear more about this.
Now let's move on with the actual plot.
Aw.
We can get to that when we go to the Akaru planet.
Absolutely. All right. What sound's gonna play? Ah, shoot! I thought I cleaned all these tokens off.
Whoa, who were those cool people that were there on the planet?
All right. Smith, you beam down to Hightown, where there was a plot, I swear. I got distracted. Shiny. Lieutenant Jameson and Reed and Ambassador Malcolm come to meet you in the courtyard of the Federation Embassy. It's this very pristine white marble old building, and all the amenities is that standard Federation government building would have. It kind of stands out in the middle of the brick and kind of like iron brick Victorian area of the rest of Hightown, but it looks nice, and the Federation flag is flying overhead. Captain Smith?
Go meet with the ambassador. Am I being met by the ambassador, or is it?
Jameson Reed, he comes to greet you on the pad.
Lieutenant?
Captain? We're about ready. Need to send a shuttle up to you. Something go wrong?
You could say that. The Borg that were previously unconscious in my sick bay has woken up. And my senior staff seem to be very preoccupied by it.
That's great. And with everything else we have going on here, I'll escort you to the.
Be docile, all things considered.
I'll escort you to the ambassador.
Yes, we need to handle quite the situation.
You make your way through the embassy, white marble, all columns, that break off into meeting rooms, and you go up a staircase into the ambassador's office that has this big bay window that seems to be overlooking the city to the south. The ambassador seems to be standing over a desk with a holo program, and he has a couple advisors. Here's next to him. It's a holo map of Jhatee Space with various pinpoints of where some key vessels are.
Ambassador.
Ah, Captain Smith. I've heard good things about you. Stands up, dismisses the hologram and his advisors. We'll get to this later. And walks around the desk and warmly grabs your hand to shake. And you're muted. He's muted, and he's typing.
Emergency vehicles. Yes, he takes the hand to shake it.
Alright. So, I suppose this has to do with the news reports.
News reports and an unfortunate situation I was present for.
So, mind telling me why we're harboring a poacher?
We're not.
I kind of figured.
The news report is inaccurate. We, en route to Jhatee Space, witnessed a Federation-aligned civilian vessel being chased down by a Jhatee patrol ship. Further investigations determined that, from our end, the Ferengi captain Zaga was indeed poaching the laser sharks.
Weren't those recently put on the endangered list?
I would believe so, yes.
I thought I heard something about...
The Jhatee on their end discovered that he was smuggling contraband. What that is, I don't know. They took custody of the ship as well. But on receiving custody of the Ferengi, he was badly beaten. And he was not injured when we spoke previously.
Do you have records of speaking to him before and after?
He pulls out his pad and hands him the relevant information.
For a momentum, and you can have that prepared.
Yep.
You came prepared to this meeting. Okay, that would definitely help. I kind of wish our news cycle was as fast as some of the others around here.
I think that's the downside to how much space is between Narendra and this area.
Indeed.
I'm hoping that this is just one patrol ship and isn't a symptom of a larger issue.
I would certainly hope so. I've spent a lot of work trying to piece this planet back together. I'm trying not to overreach as a Federation ambassador, but I'm also trying to guide these people to a more unified front into space. Having 7 nations on one planet vying for control never works out in the long run.
Yes, and given how recently it is that they even came together to work in relative peace that we have now is amazing. It's amazing that there isn't more widespread issues.
There's still issues, but they're hammering them out one at a time. We've just recently dematerialized the nation states and poured all the military together into a unified force, but each nation still has a national guard. That took about 3 months of negotiation and a dozen fistfights.
I can imagine the difficulties that are at play here.
However, having everyone working towards a common goal for a common good seems to be steps in the right direction instead of competing with each other.
I would think that it would be beneficial to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
The issues that have brought me here are the disappearance of a fair number of civilian craft. Particularly, they have been within 3 light years of Jhatee Prime itself. Many of those vessels were carrying very needed supplies to other outposts in the area. Jupiter Brain has not had any supply ships arrive for a long period of time, and currently they are unable to call out for anything due to an ion storm. So solving this issue quickly is definitely top priority.
I'll be careful with that, Captain. You're not certainly suggesting that the Jhatee have anything to do with it.
No, I'm not suggesting the Jhatee are to blame. Previous incident aside. But it doesn't look good for them.
Well, we can't exactly go into this, without a full hand. And if you come at this with anything less than concrete evidence, this could severely jeopardize our efforts in Shackleton.
I agree. There is one other incident that does not paint the Jhatee in a very good light. En route here, we did a brief search of the area where one of the ships went missing. The area was already 30 days old, so you can imagine the scatter of the evidence. But 2 ships did clash. And there was phaser and graviton beam fire. The only people in this area of space that actively use graviton beams are the Jhatee, as far as I am aware.
As far as you're aware, but graviton on Referee isn't exactly exclusive. We don't have a solid ID of those ships, and it's well known that at the Toth Institute, 20 light years behind us is known for dealing with weird weaponry.
And that is one of the more likely candidates for what happened.
So it seems to me at this point, all we have is circumstantial evidence of ships gone missing, signs of someone getting into a fight, and one bad incident.
Exactly. There is also reports from the listening post on the edge of Jhatee space. Each ship interacted with Jhatee last, around the time that they disappeared.
Still seems circumstantial.
Which is why I'm not going to quickly jump to them being the issue and work with them to uncover everything that happened in their space. Right now, the most likely candidates are the Toth Institute and the Jhatee. The Toth seem to have a pretty big reason for the Jhatee breaking agreements with the Federation, given that the Gungnir was involved with them renegotiating contracts.
I remember. Kind of rubs his hip gingerly.
Now then, from what I could gather from your reports, there was nothing massively going on. Is there anything I should be concerned about in this area of space?
Well, I know that the Klingons are opening negotiations with the Jhatee. I don't know what about. I've been in kind of keeping my nose clean of that whole situation, but probably just trade and travel agreements. And it's like us. They have their Klingons have their own interest in the Shackleton.
As long as we don't have to intercede on the Jatee's behalf, I don't see any reason to work against the Klingons.
No, especially with the Kittimer Accords. We want to keep that as clean as possible.
As well as the situation on Narendra, since we're working with them there as well.
Precisely.
The Klingon Empire could put that in jeopardy.
Do you suspect something with the Klingons?
Klingons as a whole, no. The Klingon House of Rax, as I was discussing previously, yes. There is currently a larger issue within the Shackleton at play. A unknown group has been scattering Klingon created cloaked mines.
No.
Has been quite...
I heard that they were cloak mines, but the identity of the manufacturer hasn't been discovered. You have to be really careful about who you blame for what in my line of business.
Yes, but in my line of business, the origin of the mines has already been determined. They are Klingon-based, and the materials were sourced from Ropente.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time the Klingons got into arms dealerships.
And the House of Rax is currently being investigated by Martok, per intelligence reports. What nature that
do I have?
I don't know.
Do I have clearance for that, or should I forget you said that?
Probably best we never mention that we talked about this.
Very well. As far as the government itself, I can definitely get you an audience with the president. I would like it to be something low key and not official. Well, if this goes official, then there's going to be a record of us accusing the Jhatee of stuff, and that could be used as a cause. And I'm forgetting that term. Justification for war.
Cause
I'd like to
delay.
avoid.
Yeah,
I'd
that
like
was
to avoid war if possible.
same. Makes my job much more difficult. Yeah, cause belli.
Then I suggest that it either be the two of us and their representative, or just myself and the representative. Keep things as small as possible in order to keep it quiet enough for now.
I'll go with you. I intercede. I talk with the president all the time, so it's not going to be that unusual.
Very well.
And with
Get this
that,
meeting done.
yep. And with that, meeting is set up. Malcolm goes to his computer, sends a request in. It's probably going to be a couple hours before, or we can get an opening, and everything moves at the speed of politics. Besides that, I suggest you either wait on your ship, or you can administer shore leave to the city.
Very well. I'll relay that there is shore leave on the planet's surface for anybody on the ship that wishes to take it. That is not currently on duty.
Yeah, so long as you go through customs, there's nothing. So long as you go through customs and you're just coming here on shore leave, there's nothing preventing us from traveling here.
Very well. Relay all instructions to the ship. And he's been typing on his pad the wall. They're having this exchange. I'll remain within the embassy until the meeting time.
I'll offer you a guest room. If there's anything you need, you can flag down one of my assistants.
Very well. And he heads out into the embassy proper.
All right. Everyone else. Shore leave has been given.
Do I get shore leave?
No.
No.
You're technically a civilian.
Ah, right. Wait, so that means I always have shore leave.
You're an
Hang on.
untrusted civilian. That means you're currently remanded to sickbay with a security guard.
Why, Cat?
Speaking of which-
Whatever did I do to hurt you?
I'm going to see if there's a member of my security team that doesn't have any negative Borg experience and PTSD.
That's probably a good idea.
You find that one recruit that was stationed on Earth the entire time.
How many of you
Yeah.
didn't serve at Wolf 359?
You could ask Gray. Gray will watch the board.
Are you asking how many of the senior staff were at Wolf 359? 2.
Oh, I was making a joking sentence, but actually, yeah, how many?
There are
was
2. Both
Two
of them
with-
are the command officers.
Well, that's
The
real unfortunate.
other 2 members of senior staff weren't anywhere near the Federation at the time.
Oh, 'cause
and
one
the
from
third is
one's from
unknown.
Delta. Yep. Yeah, but the one from the Delta Quadrant probably doesn't like the Borg either. I mean, it was either this or a Cardassian, so like that would have been a different kind of PTSD.
As of right now, you have to worry about three of the senior staff not trusting you at all, and a third and a fourth that wants to poke at you any chance she gets.
Oh, I can't wait to fly the ship.
I mean, like I said, if you want somebody that will watch over the Borg, just let Gray do it. There's 2 Borgs. She would
Ray
watch.
will take them everywhere they're not supposed to go.
That's presumptuous.
You didn't say no.
No, but I said it was presumptuous.
That leads credence to it being correct.
No.
Venex, control command, difficulty 2, assisted by computer security to find someone who, at least superficially, doesn't have like any previous experience with the Borg or an encounter with them.
Okay.
All right. One momentum generated. Yeah, you're able to assemble like a small dedicated security team of 4 or 5 people who were either like too young or out in the boonies. He's just never had direct contact with the Borg, either in their history or as a posting.
Okay. I will instruct them to try and de-escalate any situations, and do not use force unless the Borg uses force first. And that I will be joining the captain on the away team, and if they have any issues, to contact me immediately.
Aye, sir.
Very well. And I'll leave to go to the transporter.
All right. Fennec's going to transporter. What about everyone else?
Gray will probably just work on personal projects unless she's needed down on the thing. But no, because the captain said all the senior staff need to come down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess she'll come down and see what the Jhatee are like. She'll just explore.
Endeavoring to take the senior staff because shenanigans, and then the Borg woke up. Then other shenanigans happened.
All the shenanigans.
You say this like this is my fault.
He woke up.
Yes,
Waking
thanks
up,
to your excellent
generally a bad
medical care.
move.
I blame my doctor for not keeping you sedated.
Doctor wasn't trying to keep him sedated. Doctor was trying to make him well.
You see, that's the failing of the doctor. There. Zero comes back to this.
All right. Senior staff, after you meet at the embassy after Smith's little meeting.
I'm sorry, we're meeting at the embassy, you said?
Meeting just the captain at the embassy. The captain already talked to the ambassador.
Can you tell me just briefly in a sentence what the outcome of that was?
We set up a meeting for Smith and Malcolm with Jhatee leadership.
Okay, thanks.
Commander Sorrell, the captain authorized shore leave for the crew.
Sorrell here, Lieutenant Commander Vinix. You said the captain authorized shore leave?
That's correct. I would recommend advising the crew to be on their best behavior, considering the diplomatic nature of the situation.
That's a good recommendation, Chief. I will put it in the order to permit shore leave.
All right. Commander, what percentage of your staff after you can allow on shore leave? You can go up to 2/3. You need at least 1/3 of your staff as skeletal crew, but everyone else who's off duty could be permitted to go on shore without significantly impacting ship functions.
My instinct is 1/3.
Okay.
So 1/3 down, 2/3 up, unless the captain has another.
Nope, that sounds good to me.
Okay. Any special regulations while on the surface?
Well, yeah. So the command is well. I mean, obviously, the first, the prime directive is still operative. A special notice of being cognizant of the sensitive political situation and an instruction to de-escalate any potential conflicts and avoid and to contact security if any problems arise.
Okay.
Is the message.
Are you going to authorize ICE personnel to carry phasers down there?
Oh.
I'd say no. They have to go through customs.
That was my instinct. Was no phasers. Nope, we're not down here. This is not like a frontier world. We're not a first contact. Nope.
They
Okay.
would raise too many
Bladed
questions
weapons.
if a whole bunch of Starfleet officers just come down with weaponry.
I mean, they're not weapons.
No
Phasers are
battlers,
tools.
No.
Phasers are tools, right? Right, guys?
Yeah, we don't exactly know how the Jhatee would take it, though, so no.
No phasers.
No phasers?
You guys just gotta be more efficient. Build it into your arm, and then you can never be disarmed.
Sorrel looks at them and says, "Use your words."
All right. Do you want to limit him to a certain geographic area or the entire planet? Yeah, it's fine.
Do we have any indication that there's a geographic area they should avoid?
Nothing in particular. Like, if they want to go, like mountain climbing or into the tundra, that's kind of on them.
Yeah. I'm not going to restrict them unless we have intelligence that suggests there's some kind of a hot area that should be avoided.
I mean, there's a desert.
I'm not. You know what I meant by that.
Any restricted areas they're not allowed in.
Yeah. There's no like yellow or red sectors, or barring from traveler, or as far as you know, the Jhatee might say differently.
All right.
Stay in the tourist
I'm sure the
zone.
Jhatee will give a pamphlet on
I mean,
their
staying in the tourist section does make sense, but
Okay, so restrict to stay to the tourist section.
let's not say restricted. Let's say recommended.
Okay. Let's see. Any other considerations? Minimum and maximum size of groups.
Minimum 2, maximum 5.
Don't want anybody off by themselves.
But also don't want like large throngs of Starfleet.
We're not trying to
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, it's
5
about
is
Fleet
still
Week in
within
New
the
York.
realms of acceptable groupings.
All right.
I'm not going to be harassed about it.
Yes, I'm being legalese about this, because as I'm looking for the chance of some red shirt or messing this up for everyone.
That's
We
what
know.
I'm trying to prevent. So
Yes.
We know how you think.
Yes. So very specific
Why do you
orders.
think we made the Borg stay on the ship?
Have the Borg meet the
I would have loved to
Lale.
explore a new world.
Have the Borg meet the Lale. A synthesis.
Author, you couldn't
Yes.
pay me.
You might not have a choice.
Starfleet officers don't get paid anyway.
He spends enough threat that he can put me anywhere.
Let's see. What's the complication?
What's the status of 3? Just briefly, a sentence. It still
I
is
am
here. We're free to
Sitting in the
Not
break
matter.
because the captain won't let me come out of
You're
my
not in the break. Three is
medical
in
bay.
med bay with
Okay.
the security guard.
go. Okay.
Specifically,
Currently,
a guard who doesn't have Borg PTSD.
yes, and currently he is classified as a person of interest, mission specialist, civilian.
He has no access to any restricted areas.
Okay. Just I guess so the security officer, is it Mateo or
Probably
Tyron?
not.
Just curious.
We didn't. It's just unnamed security guard.
Yeah, probably not the next one out of their way to handpick security guards who didn't have a history with Borg or anything like of that nature.
Yeah, I mean, Tyron doesn't have a history at Borg, and he is vigilant.
Okay.
I think that those two would be a bit too gung ho. So let's leave those ones out of this.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, those are cool heads.
Sorrel, Control Command, difficulty 3, Complication 4 to authorize shore leave and make sure everyone minds their P's and Q's.
Code 4 to authorize shore leave?
We put a lot of stipulations on what they.
You
could
put a
do.
lot of stipulations on it, and this could blow up very badly, considering the political environment. Yes, Comp 4 to authorize shore leave.
Code 4 to authorize shore leave. This is crazy.
Okay, you're good at this, right?
Leadership is my focus.
Uh-huh.
Okay. How am I going to deal with this? All right.
If she has olive branch as a trait, that help?
Olive branch as a trait would help. You have peaceful intentions. And you're
can knock down that comp if you want.
Lower the comp then. Comp 3 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me check my traits before I run with this bad
I don't
boy.
think I've ever seen shore leave be complicated before.
Comp 4 complicated.
No, it's comp 3 now. It's fine.
Wasn't there that shore leave when I killed someone?
Uh-huh.
We didn't have a comp to send shore leave. We had comps during shore leave. That's different.
It was a matter of honor. I mean, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
This one time at band camp.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
You know, we don't actually have to do shore leave. We could just keep everybody on the ship.
You could.
Good.
Okay.
Well, Captain's authorized it already. Thoreau wants to have a conversation with him, like, saying maybe we shouldn't do this because of the political climate. That's up to him.
This might be a stretch, but I have the trait of father, and I am trying to kind of instruct my kids here.
Given the
Mother and the whole crew.
given the situation, I'll allow it.
Good.
Just no, don't stick a fork in the light socket. Be your best grenade.
I think even before this roll came, I said use your words.
Uh-huh.
If you see the Jhatee trying to kill each other, find a Jhatee security guard. Don't try to punch it yourself.
All right.
No biting, no kicking, no hitting the other kids.
Don't
Play
do
nice.
anything Atron would do.
Hey.
All right. Comp 2. I'm gonna spend 2 momentum and a threat to get to 4. Here we go.
And definitely don't do anything that Fox would do.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
Absolutely
that's
don't do anything Fox would do.
Nothing that Fox would do. Yes.
See, this is fine.
No punching T-Rex.
Everybody that's going on Shirley just looks at Thoreau like, who's Fox?
See, this is fine.
It is fine.
Given all the rules and stipulations, you make sure everyone has the buddy system, and no weapons are going down, and kind of recommend staying in the tourist sections, and no getting into bar fights.
Good. Yeah. None of that Deep Space K9 stuff with the tribbles and nonsense.
Vanex is going to tell any of that security staff that go down on shore leave to keep an eye on the other crew. Make sure nothing gets out of hand.
Yeah.
That's right, puppy dog. You rough.
He's not happy.
Yes, someone is talking to people. Hush.
That puppy dog knows something's about to happen. he's alerting. Nope, it's gonna go bad.
Well, are you more green than normal?
Oh no.
All right. After all that's organized, we can have a meet and greet in the embassy. Just with the senior staff.
I have a reconnoiter with the captain. Poor Sir.
And
Poor
the first
Sarah.
officer's gone.
Captain's currently in that spare office that Malcolm gave him.
Yeah, guest office.
Just making sure all of his ducks are in a row and he has every information that he needs in order to say, yes, this is happening, but no, we're not painting you in the corner of you did this.
Okay, and you want to have a senior staff meeting?
I didn't.
Oh.
I wanted to bring them down initially, but they got distracted by Borg. So now they're just off doing their own thing. If they want to go on shore leave, they can go on shore leave. I don't need them right now.
Well, I think we should beam down to where the captain is and be there for him.
All right, at least the senior staff meeting. Get everyone on the same page.
Yeah.
Captain, your crew walks in.
Is there something going wrong? He's just looking at you over the top of his glasses. Yes, the captain wears reading glasses.
Oh boy.
Ocular implants are much more efficient.
You're not here.
Is Sorrel here?
Physically, yes. Player-wise, no.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, since he's the ranking officer, he would have said something. Captain, we thought it best if we were to meet with you and assist with any conversation with the Jhatee.
Unfortunately, myself and the ambassador thought it best if this was a small, quiet affair. So only him and I will be meeting with the Jhatee leadership.
Captain, I strongly urge you to at least have one security officer present.
The request is denied. The meeting has already been set up. Bringing more people would complicate the matter, and would paint us in a very bad light.
Captain, we can't guarantee your safety.
Right now, this is a political battle. One that can be fought with having a security officer on the scene. While it is appreciated and the concern is noted, I will not be taking any personnel with me for this meeting.
As you wish, sir.
And if there's nothing you wish to discuss with me, I suggest you go enjoy your time on the planet. Maybe you'll see something that we would normally overlook.
Sir, I request permission to return to the ship.
Very well. If you think that is where you are best placed at the moment, since you cannot accompany me.
Yes, sir, I have some ideas I wish to delve into.
Very well. And you are free to return to the ship.
One to beam up.
And you dematerialize and appear on the ship.
To the pad. No matter. Assuming the other two are also here, though Sorrel is currently otherwise distracted.
Yeah, Gray came by, said, heard that we weren't supposed to be there and left. Didn't you hear the explanation? Just wandering.
Where's Gray? Are you going?
Like I said, she's just wandering. She's looking around at what she can see.
Do you leave the embassy or?
Are we allowed to leave the embassy?
Yes.
Yeah, then yeah.
All right. You leave the embassy. Kind of go through a security checkpoint, just a basic border patrol. Between the two nations, and you are released onto the Jhatee High City.
Does the border patrol allow her engineering device?
Yes, engineering device. Nice, yes. Phaser, so long, I guess it's kept on stun.
Got it.
I'm sorry, engineering device as in the gravity gun?
No, it's confronting border patrol surround. She's going through it in order to leave the embassy.
It's not a gravity gun. It's a graviton manipulator. It's a gauntlet. It goes on the hand. It's not a gun.
It's
It's fine. It's the thing. It's just
fine.
the thing that threw a motor at a monkey and killed it.
Phasers are not allowed by request of the ambassador, but that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
So going out in the city, So going out in the city, you do not have phasers.
Phasers were also not recommended by the captain as well. But...
Yeah, no worries. If
Somehow-
she gets in trouble, she can fight.
Yeah, somehow I doubt that she needs the phaser.
But also explicitly forbidden for the mandatory.
Yeah, good point. All right, so your phasers are confiscated. It'll be returned, or you replicate another one once you get back to the ship, and you are out into the world. You see the old brick and mortar buildings with ivy covering them. Old. They're not cobblestone own streets. They've been paved over with more modern technology, but it has this very old Victorian mixed with modern technology. I'm not familiar with either of those cities, so I can't tell.
Sounds more like Boston.
Yeah, I haven't been to the East Coast since I was 6, man.
Maybe
Really
like
assume
San
that Chicago's
Francisco
on
on
the
Earth.
East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
We don't claim
Yeah,
the Midwest as
and now you're 13, man. So
Yeah. But the streets are kind of winding and kind of meander through the area. There's very tall buildings and just lots of like 4 to 5 foot tall, all lizard-like folk walking around.
got it. Oh wait, so you're saying that it's very winding paths that don't have any pattern, and thus Gray is going to get lost again?
Probably.
Understandable.
It's very inefficient.
It is very inefficient. It's in fact, it's almost annoying you how inefficient these streets are laid out.
Yeah. Keeps running into alleyways and just like what into like closed up alleyways, and it's like why?
There's like the street that seems to be going through, and someone just drops a building in the middle of it.
Ah, so it's Vegas.
Yes.
Yeah, Gray is getting sufficiently lost.
The senior staff did not have the buddy system.
No less than 2, the captain said.
That was for everybody else on the ship. The away team came down on their own.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
They didn't get the briefing.
Loophole.
Loophole.
Yeah.
Unless someone unless Gray, you want to have like just a duty officer with you, or someone else wants to go with you.
She was told she could wander alone, so.
Okay, you're wandering alone. There's gotta be something interesting.
Author casually grabs the random encounter table.
All the captain sent up in terms of you can go on shore leave is don't bring down weaponry beyond best behavior. So Rel set up everything else. So the captain said, okay, go out there and don't get into trouble. See if you can spot things that we've missed. Apparently Gray spotted everything, but doesn't understand what's going on in order to comprehend where she is.
Exactly.
Looking at everything
Gray,
at the same time.
Gray, as you are walking along, you see two like hover trucks come to an intersection, and one of them just has like a blind intersection with buildings right up to the curve, and they smack into each other with a loud crash, and sparks fly.
Can she react before they crash?
Possibly using daring.
I would love to use daring and engineering with my experimental device.
What would you like to do?
Boy.
She'd like to use the chapter beam function to try to like slow down one of the trucks before they crash.
Oh boy. Device makes that possible. And then
And the device
stuff.
yeah, device makes it possible. So daring engineering, difficulty 3, and then it has a standard comp of 2 for the experimental device.
It increases the communication range by 2.
By 2. Okay, so comp 3 total.
This is where Gray's status as a exchange officer kind of comes back to bite us.
Alright, you can have, we'll go with 3 momentum. And focus in either one-handed weaponry or safety protocols.
One-handed weaponry. Even though we just had a long conversation about how it was totally not a weapon.
It's a very general category.
It's not a weapon, it just handles exactly like one.
And with that,
she sees that, just jumps out, skids like one knee on the ground, like into a crouching position, and activates the tractor beam.
And very heavily, you're able to steer this one truck out of the way of the other one, and both trucks kind of they don't skid because they don't have tires, but they like very abruptly come to a stop. And both Jhatee drivers get out and just start yelling at each other. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, I was driving here. Or you came out of nowhere. Rah, rah, rah. Rabble, rabble, rabble.
Gray's going to look around. Is there like any like what sort of shops are around here? She's looking to see if she can get like a larger mirror.
What kind of shops are around? This is Old Town, so there's lots of like historical mom and pop shops around.
Okay, so one of them definitely has like an antique mirror or something, a big antique mirror or something.
They might. You could look for one.
Oh yeah. While that arguing's happening, she's just looking for that. Just not getting
So
involved in the
you
argument.
just save this crash and you're just gonna walk away without saying anything.
No, she's got something to do. She's got to find this mirror now. I have a plan.
Well, time for Gray to get lost. Insight con. Difficulty 3. You can use reason, but you would have to ask someone for a map.
Alright, I'm going to spend a determination here.
To what value?
Unsafe practices, sorry, you know what? No, I'm not going to spend the determination.
All right.
But I will give you, we'll go with 3 and 3.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go all in.
Oh, I needed it.
Yeah,
I absolutely needed it.
Yeah, this city was not well built. It is confusing. It worked on like old footpath trails and stuff, and they just like haven't moved these things for 500 years. And there was no central planning to any of this, and this is so not efficient. There was no central government that built this thing, and you know it, and it annoys you.
Oh, incredibly.
But as you go along, you do find what appears to be antique shop.
Yep. Just gonna walk in. I need your biggest mirror.
Older female, Jhatee. Oh, hello. Welcome to my store. What was that?
Your biggest mirror. Biggest one you got.
Any particular era you're looking for? Or we have Shoshi mirrors. There's a ancient Lale a mirror we have.
It needs to be reflective and big.
Oh, okay. And he kind of walks along with you past all sorts of just random devices and stuff and artifacts. There's old paper or books. There's furniture or from a dozen different styles and different wear and tear. There's shelves with knickknacks and small little handheld things all over the place. And he takes you back, and there's 3 different mirrors. They're old like wall size mirrors. One of them is very big and oval. And has kind of a plain circular or rim around it. There's another one that's rectangular with very intricate kind of scrolling designs around the like 2-inch thick border of it. And this one, she says, as that it can and be affixed to a wall, or you can and put it on the stand that it comes with. And then the other one is more or rustic. It kind of has a wood border on it, and it's It's the largest of them, but it's also kind of a diamond in shape. It comes from a point up to about 3 feet, and then it rises up to a point at the top, and the border is this dark wood that's kind of like carved into like abstract or organic shapes, kind of like following the nodding of the wood somewhat, or kind of like making this like splash design.
Gray will just point at the oval one with the very simple frame. That one will do nicely.
Okay. If you give us, will you be taking this with you, or would you like to have us deliver it?
I'll be taking it with me immediately. The craftsmanships of the other ones are immaculate, and I would not deign to ruin such craftsmanship with the task that I am using this mirror for.
Spending 2 threat. Are you planning on modifying this? This is a ancient Jhatee mirror. These are fine craftsmen and shifts. Mirrors. I believe this one is over 300 years old.
There will be no modification.
I appreciate your interest in our culture, but if you need something for our mechanical purposes, perhaps I can point you to a different shop.
Why would you need to do that? I'm going to pay you for this one.
I just want to make sure that our goods find good families.
Your good will be appreciated by all that see it.
Gray, what's your intention with this? Out of character?
I think they're fixing the blind corner with it.
She's fixing the blind corner with it, yes.
Excellent. Okay, so given that,
so she is not lying.
You are not lying.
The questions were that it would be not modified, which it won't be, and that people would appreciate it.
I have to give you at least difficulty E1 uncheck on this, as because she's being very defensive about selling this. So presence command diff 1.
Part of me wants to stay focused on showmanship, but I don't think she's being she's still being her blustery self, but not about herself. So I don't know if showmanship works here.
If you want to go showmanship, that would affect the response and increase complication.
Yeah, I'll take increased comp. Sure, why not?
All right.
Hey, you can have a threat.
All right.
We got there.
We got there. 1 threat, 1 momentum. No momentum. What am I doing? Where did that one come from? I need to do something with my keyboard. My keyboard art has been double pressing for a month now. Anyways. All right. I believe that is everything. Let's see. As a Starfleet officer, you would have a stipend. And it is your personal stipend is 1 plus your command score. So, that's looking like 3.
Yes.
All right, so you have 3. So, you kind of have like 3 stress on your financial track for a mirror of this quality and being an antique. I'm gonna say this costs us 2 challenge dice. So I'm gonna roll 2 challenge dice and see how much stress your financial track gets. If I break your stress track, you are going to run out of funds.
Okay.
So 2 new dice. No modifiers, so effects are just 1. Pretty expensive.
Hey.
Pretty expensive. If mirror, you have 1 stress left until you get back to the ship.
Mhm. Yep. She will take the mirror and head right back to the corner.
You head right back to the corner. Traffic, honking cars, everything, in hovering around.
While that argument, I'm sure, is still happening between those truck drivers. She's just
Absolutely.
going up to the corner and on whatever street pole is there, just looking around and then starting to set up the mirror.
How are you affixing the mirror to this corner?
Well, she was allowed to have her engineering kit and everything. She still has that. So she's just creating basically a simple but sturdy mount for it on the corner at the appropriate angle.
Okay. You have an engineering kit, but it doesn't. But it wouldn't have a lot of raw material to create a mount. So, you can do something simple, or you would have to. You could do something pretty simple, but it might not hold, or you would have to go off and find raw material for a bracket. You might be able to salvage some if you really want to get creative.
In the interest of time, she'll make something simple, and then report it to the ambassador once she gets back, so that an engineer can affix it more appropriately.
You're just gonna mount this antique mirror on this random corner.
I mean, this is more in the interest of other players' time versus
Gray. For sure.
Gray would probably salvage and make something sturdier, but
Gray, I want you to know I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I honestly didn't think I was gonna be going this far with this. I don't know why you guys are letting why the camera is still on me.
I don't know why either. This is funny.
Because author hates me.
Anyways, take a momentum.
Why is the camera on me? I don't want to be here. All right. Gain 2 momentum.
I'll spend 1 momentum to make it sturdy.
Absolutely.
This whole thing is just, this thing happened, now let's see how Gray responds to it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's the
You
whole point.
you asked what would happen. You are getting your answer.
As the former chief engineer, I'm so proud of you.
Oh my goodness. And you leave a note with the Federation embassy saying that you did this thing?
Oh yeah, when she gets back, she will.
Okay.
I'm sure that the captain won't overhear that at all.
The embassy took a hit over the cat because he did a thing on the planet without telling people first. What you do is my responsibility.
Anyways, we'll talk about what happens at the embassy with Gray later. What's happening to the others?
Later. All right. Let's have a meeting with the president.
Yeah, let's go do that. I still have some stuff to say.
Shrell will be with the captain.
All right.
No, you won't be.
Wait, why am I not? I thought
It's a meeting. It's a meeting with Malcolm and Smith and the president.
They wanted to keep it low key, so they made special arrangements.
Yeah.
You could be outside.
Doing, I guess.
He wouldn't let me play either.
Don't blame me. Blame political nonsense.
You want to go play a game of something?
Whist?
I think he's back on the ship.
Actually, I have some thoughts on what we can do. But
Three-dimensional
whatever.
chess? Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, it's gonna be a
What's that
Exo
game
and
Ferengi play? Maybe we could do that.
Sorrel, he wants to go have
no, not
shenanigans. with you.
Tabo. It's the Monopoly equivalent.
What?
I don't know either.
What?
Like the game that the Ferengi play.
Yeah, we're just talking about games we could play in the interim.
right,
I
in
think
Deep Space Nine, hang
Venix is gonna drag you into some stuff, Sorrel.
Have you ever played Jax? Like, anyone? Has anyone ever
Yes.
played Jax?
Yes, yes.
Like when I was
I played it with my
6.
great grandmother.
It's called
I
Tonga.
played it with my great grandmother when I was 2.
Oh boy, Captain, and you and the ambassador are brought to the presidential palace, grand green and white building up on a hill. Noticeably, this is a newer construction than everyone else. But you're brought in through security. You're brought in through checkpoints. It is like 45 minutes before you get through the gate. Right before you get to an actual room with the president. Just because layers of security.
Understandable for the president of an entire planet.
Yes.
And
Sounds
not
like last time
exactly
we were here, we
things that
stopped these
Smith
gas
hasn't
stations.
already dealt with. Different species, same levels of security.
The old kind of graying, the scales are literally graying across his body. Jhatee, he kind of stands up in a formal suit. Yes, Ambassador. I was told to expect your meeting. Yes, this is Captain and Smith of the USS Stavanger. He's come with interesting report that we have to address. Captain, if you would.
I am currently investigating the disappearance of multiple ships, both Federation and Independent, in the 3 light years around Jhatee Prime. We have some evidence of what happened to at least one of the ships, but it is circumstantial at best, given the sensitive nature of where the ships went missing, as well as what we found at one of the incident sites. We believed it best to discuss it with you privately.
Presence Command. Difficulty 3, Complication 5. Do not screw with us up.
Don't intend to.
You do have an advantage of having a well-organized report.
Yeah. Count 4.
Malcolm will also count as an advantage.
Okay. Count 3. Avoid diffuse the tension fire.
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Good, good. Then you can have 2 more threat. I want that 3rd die. The 4th die, rather.
Yeah.
Yeah. Presence command. Diplomacy as a focus.
You know what? I think we need...
Is that a yes or a no on the focus?
What was the focus? Sorry.
Diplomacy.
Yes.
Okay. I've got nothing else, so onwards and downwards. Oh, thank God.
Goodness. So 6,
They
7.
are all focus hit, the crits.
Yes. President Unez kind of looks over this. This is very concerning. It appears that we have a rogue captain in our fleet. Probably he been doing this for a while.
It's not my place to investigate them or point blame towards them for more than what I have evidence of. For the patrol ship, I only have the unfortunate situation with the Ferengi. As of right now, I'm unaware if he has regained consciousness yet.
As of now, he's not. Or the doctors very highly recommend not disturbing him too much.
Yeah.
Well,
and as for the situation at the civilian vessel, while the Jhatee are circumstantial implicated to it, I am more highly believing that the Toth may be the main culprit of that.
That is also concerning, but I appreciate you bringing that to my attention.
I do not wish to hide anything in the matters of these investigations from you.
If you would, I would like to bring in my Star Commander in. He's the chief of the Star Force.
As long as we are on your planet, Mr. President, we serve at your whims for this meeting.
He buzzes in, asks for the man, and you wait a couple of 10 seconds or 10 minutes. Malcolm's just sitting there, kind of fidgeting.
Nothing we can do but wait.
Well, this has gone better than I expected.
Agreeable so far. We'll see how the Star Commander fares.
A few moments later, another Jhatee. This one is younger and with an elaborate, bright purple suit. Kind of like a civilian dress, a civilian higher dress suit. It walks in. Hello. Huh?
Out of character, very much the notice me kind of suit.
Yeah, and fortunately you're human, so you can't see the extra stuff.
Oh my.
Greetings. I'm Star Commander Grell. Oh, I heard you had an unfortunate run-in with one of my ships.
Well, a civilian captain had an unfortunate run-in. We were just present for it.
Yes. Do you happen to have the name of the vessel or the captain?
Yes. here's the information on the vessel and her captain, current status of him, and the last known whereabouts of the ship when it was taken into custody by the patrol vessel. He hands a pad to the Jhatee.
To the Star Commander?
Yes.
Yes. I see. Well, I'm on behalf of the Star Force. I would like to apologize as for this behavior. We've recently had to expand our forces quite rapidly, and some of them can slip through the cracks.
It is encouraging to know that this is definitely a more isolated incident.
I assure you, this is a one-off experience. I'm not familiar with anything of this nature going on besides standard patrols.
It is unfortunate that you've had to expand your military so quickly, but hopefully there are lessons to learn from even this unfortunate situation.
Of course, I promise you I'll deal with this as personally, and we will remove this captain from vision. Go ahead and give me insight or reason command and check difficulty 3. There's something about that euphemism.
Okay, let's go with insight. It is better. And what would that? Best I have is diplomacy or psychology.
Psychology.
Okay. I don't have any talents. They require other situations for them to proc.
Yeah, this is literally just like picking up on alien.
What was the difficulty again?
Difficulty 3. Unknown person, alien, non-humanoid race.
1 threat, 2 momentum. And onwards.
Oh yeah.
Just because I don't. Yeah, okay, there we go. Never mind.
4. Sweet.
They were both focus hits as well.
All right. And then 2. No, chat. You can't have the extra stuff. All right. And I will be right back.
Chat. Try to learn things that we aren't allowed to know. That's not nice.
Are we on a break?
He said he'd be right back. I don't know if it's official break.
Not full break. No, it's
Too late. I already dated another girl.
What do you mean you dated another girl?
Huh?
I'm just making a friend.
A joke about a joke about
Also-
taking a break in a relationship.
Also, at Trum,
Yeah.
or 3, sorry, I realized that you've done exactly what I did with Vera in the early seasons. Made a con officer that takes a couple episodes to become an actual officer, not confined. Because Vera was an intelligence asset at first, and thus was, like, basically kept in quarters and imprisoned for the first bit.
I want to point out the captain, first and second officer all have issues with Borg to some degree.
Yeah, no, I know.
I did not know that when creating the character. Do I regret it? No. This is great.
No, it's great. It's very much the same situation Vera
This
was
is
in at the beginning.
this is amazing. And all you guys come up with such a weird mix of characters, and I'm just sitting here going, okay, so all of these guys are gonna be together doing things.
We're gonna be co-workers. It'll be great.
Like I couldn't come up.
Under
I could not
supervision.
have come up with this mix of characters if I was just like writing a show on myself. It's just the unique personalities everyone put into this. It's great. I love it.
Just wait
So
until I
far,
can finally fly
so
the ship.
far,
It's gonna
so
be
good.
so fun.
Knock on fucking wood. This meeting has gone well.
All right. So,
I hurt
The-
my knuckles on the table in front of me. Ow.
don't knock yourself out. All right. I'm gonna send this message to you personally, Captain.
Oh no!
Oh boy.
Nothing good ever comes from personal messages.
That is formatted like shit. I apologize.
Okay. Far be it from me to dictate military protocol to another nation, but if I'm not misunderstanding, the connotations for removing them from vision don't bode well for that particular captain.
I assure you, he will be dealt with. We at the Jhatee Star Force will not stand for such behavior.
If it's not stepping on too many toes, I would make a recommendation.
Malcolm gives you the side eye and raises an eyebrow.
You are free to reject my recommendation. I won't state it unless you approve.
They say they will handle it, but if you want to request an extradition of this officer, and Grell steps in. Oh no, that there's no reason to get that involved with it. That's going to be like a whole legal process.
He raises a hand. I'm not going to request extradition. What I was going to recommend would be demotion. An officer can be taught, but if you do not give them a chance to learn, then there's no improvement for the fleet as a whole.
Go ahead and give me Insight Command difficulty 3.
Difficulty 3. Okay. 1 and 2 again. Threat momentum. Psychology as a focus.
Mm-hmm.
And onwards.
Getting the shoe back. As you suggest this, Grell, he doesn't bristle, but he definitely sours to that idea.
You are free to take my recommendation or leave it on the table. I'm not here to dictate military protocol to you. You know it better than you know your military protocol better than I would.
Malcolm speaks up. Of course, as Starfleet, we would appreciate you taking that into consideration. At this point, President Unez speaks up. We will take it under our advisement and recommendation and for peace between our nations. But I want to assure you that we are taking this seriously.
I have every reason to believe that you are. I meant no offense, of course.
Yes, we wouldn't want the Federation to think that there was impropriety happening in our Star Force.
As of right now, I only assume this was an isolated incident. I have no reason to believe that there is a wider problem.
Well then, Grell stands up and straightens his suit. I suppose we'll consider this an isolated incident. Now, if you excuse me, I have some work to do. And Grell nods towards the president respectfully and leaves.
So, Fox, what does remove from vision mean?
Who's Fox?
Fox. Commander Captain Smith.
Smith, want to share with the class?
Captain.
Give me a second. Euphemism for being fired or expelled from a group, referring to removing them from the sensory sharing of the group, could also refer to them being killed.
Oh!
Now, does the class understand why I was recommending demotion?
They're going to terminate this position.
We're gonna give him some cement overshoes.
Gonna send him to sleep with the fishes.
Yeah, see, yeah.
I would like to formally apologize to you as well, Mr. President. I don't wish to cause any issues between yourself and the Star Command. That would be unfortunate.
I appreciate the Federation and Starfleet taking an interest and helping in us. However, I assure you that we've been in a functional government for several hundred years now. If there's a bad apple in our bunch, it wouldn't be the first time we've had to remove it. I'm sure Starfleet has had its share of bad apples.
More than I'd like to admit, yes. But you're also entering a new era of your government, one that is different than it was before. Thanks to the efforts of Ambassador Malcolm and the crew of the Gungnir, I believe. There may be some things from the old ways that have to be pruned in order to grow and become more central in the galactic eye.
Indeed.
But you know your planet better than I do, so you would know what needs to be done and what does not need to be done.
Is there anything else I can help you with, Captain? Ambassador?
There is the issue with the number of searches that ships have been going through, as well as several incidents I noticed with the Klingon vessels proceeding relatively unimpeded through your space.
The Jhatee Confederacy and the Klingon Empire are in negotiations. I also have Starfleet vessels that pass through relatively unimpeded. Diplomatic vessels are given an immunity and preferential treatment. How many searches did your ship go through while entering our space?
We did not undergo any searches. I'm referring more to the civilian vessels. The Ferengi in particular was annoyed with the amount of searching that the Jhatee put him through prior to us finding him.
We have the right to patrol our space and ensure it or its protection as we see fit.
I'm not disagreeing on that front. It's just odd that the ships would communicate with each other and limit the number of searches for ships that have already been within your space for a significant amount of time. Surely they would have found something within the first few searches. The fifth and sixth would be unnecessary at that point.
The Klingon vessels that are coming in and have diplomatic immunity. If you want to question that, I suggest you bring it up with the Klingon Empire.
Mr. President, I was referring to the independent and Federation ships that were coming and going from your space. I've already moved on from the Klingons. I understand that they were in a difficult political situation with them as well.
I'll see what I can do about streamlining our search protocols.
If there is any further information on the missing ships from your side, that would be appreciated as well. Most of them did disappear within 3 light years of Jhatee Prime itself.
Captain, I'm not appreciating the tone.
I apologize, Mr. President. There's a lot on my mind at the moment.
I assure you that Jhatee will assist in this criminal investigation and as best as we can. However, our protocols are our own, and if we require insight, we have the proper channels for that.
Very well. I have taken up enough of your time. I will take my leave if you have no need of me outside of this matter.
You are dismissed.
And Smith leaves.
Malcolm follows. Jonathan, was that really necessary in there?
Which one? The talks with the president after the Star Commander left, or the talks with the Star Commander?
Afterwards, we were doing so well in there, and then you had to question how he runs his government.
There's a time when, both within and without, people must question the government. A time of flux is the best time to do so from an outsider perspective.
Usually, a advice is best received if when the recipient is willing. Unsolicited advice rarely gets across the point.
I agree, you're not wrong. Still, though, something doesn't sit right with how we met the Star Commander. Doesn't strike me as a military-minded individual.
We can look into his history on public records, but I'm not gonna be able to pull up anything private without an official request.
I don't think we'll find anything noteworthy in them. Best to leave it for now.
Well, I certainly have a mess to clean up.
I do apologize for that. It's never my intention to cause more political upheaval.
Try to keep your nose clean. I'm the one who has to mop out the blood.
Somehow with what's been put before me, I don't think I'm going to be able to keep my nose that clean. I don't know if you've heard any rumors, but I can confirm that there is indeed a Borg colony in the Shackleton. Two of the colonists are currently on my ship.
Oh, joy. Jhatee don't have any bad blood with the Borg, but our colonists are certainly gonna love that.
New Dawn's already had a run-in with them. The damage to their geothermal plant was caused by the colonists from the Borg colony crashing their shuttle into it.
Oh, so that's what happened. Alright. Well,
I'll
looks
have
like...
you know there were several mitigating factors.
You are the mitigating factors.
You try landing a shuttle that got rammed by a Gorn cruiser.
With a
You
blade
aim
in
for
front of
the
it.
mountain. You aim for the mountain that isn't spewing smoke from the top of it.
It's a perfect sized landing beacon. What you gonna do?
Ugh.
You're lucky it didn't explode on impact. You're welcome.
Very well. Looks like I'm going to have to introduce the Jhatee to the concept of the Borg. I look forward to that meeting.
Unfortunately, yes. Though if the Jhatee didn't have some inclination of them given the incidents that happened here with the Gungnir, then I'd be very surprised.
They have some indication of it. Well, I gotta go back to work.
I'll leave you to it. I think I'm going to take a stroll through the city.
I suggest, Captain, and there's this wonderful little antique shop down the way.
They wouldn't happen to sell mirrors, would they?
Now that does sound intriguing. I will take you up on that if you could send me the location of it.
He types in his pad and sends it to yours. You have the address.
Until I am required again, Ambassador. And he goes through the for security.
Mm-hmm. You already went through the border security because you left the embassy.
I go back through security since we were talking through the president's halls.
Yeah, leaving the president's palace is a lot easier than going in. In fact, they almost want you to leave quickly. Yeah.
Well, they still gotta make sure you didn't steal anything.
Mm-hmm. You know, there's only 7 X-rays this time instead of 12.
Yeah. And I go towards the antique shop.
I mean, which dystopian future are we living in here?
It's that one over there.
I'm torn between Starship Troopers and I don't know.
We're talking
It's
the movie.
You gotta update your references from Starship Troopers. The new funny bug planet fighting against bugs is Helldivers.
Okay.
It's fine, Sorrel. We're just in the future that we discourage cyborgs.
Okay, so I
I'm
shouldn't.
detecting animosity.
So androids don't dream of sheep. Okay, all right, gotcha.
No, we like androids. I said cyborgs.
Hey, wait a sec.
Onwards to antique shop.
Onwards to antique shop where, let's see, how much threat do I have? How much do I want to spend?
Where I know nothing.
You know nothing.
Nope.
Where you see one of your senior staff kind of in a not an altercation, but definitely a shouting officer of the law is yelling at one of your chief engineer and pointing at a mirror that has been set up on one of the corners.
I'm sorry, what?
Let's see. Do I want to go and deal with that headache, or do I just want to go and investigate fun antiques?
A cop.
Antiques.
Yeah. A cop is yelling at you, saying you can't make modifications to the building without a permit.
I'm just gonna. I'm walking by. Deal with that problem later. Deal with that problem later. Deal with that problem later.
Not my circus, not my monkeys, not my circus. Oh, my circus, my monkeys.
If I took the time to get a permit, then more people would have been hurt. I already stopped a truck from crashing.
But we have procedures for this. Besides, that's an antique.
She looks at it and looks over. I chose the least impressive of them.
Good.
Oh boy. You know what? That's worthy of a.
I can't wait until we have 3 and Gray on an away mission together.
Oh God, kill me now.
Presence
Who's doing
command.
what now?
Presence command diff 1 on Ayuda's.
Alright. A no focus.
You do have momentum.
I do have momentum, and I'll spend 3 of it. I'll let the comp stand. Actually, no, we've got momentum. I'll let the comp stand.
You let the cotton stand.
Complication. Smith gets dragged into it anyway.
All right.
Why?
Because
Smith. Guess what?
Uh-huh.
You're getting dragged into this.
Just,
Hey,
just
Starfleet.
walking
Starfleet, get over here.
by.
Is this one of yours?
Turns around. Just pinches Bridger's nose. Unfortunately.
Hey, you can't
quite
have.
fortunate to have me among your ship.
As of right now, I am unfortunate.
See what she did over here?
What did she do?
I
She took
saved lives.
She took an antique mirror and spot welded it to this building.
You just notice, you just watches his eyes go up, and then one starts twitching. Give me a second.
I really don't see the problem. All I did was save lives. You all should be thanking me for my ingenuity. Wait for the captain to be back.
Yeah, have to wait for the captain to be back. look, it's a.
Hey three. How's the medical wall?
I've already cataloged all the equipment in this room. I need more things to catalog.
Is 3 bored?
Maybe just a little bit. I mean, he's got a computer in his head, but like,
There's only so much input you can have.
there's only so many times you can
you
like
put-
scan all of the individual rivets in the bulkhead next to you.
You think you could run Doom on a Borg?
Probably.
I mean, I've
Actually,
seen.
it's the security officer's back on the ship, right?
I mean, if you couldn't run Doom on a Borg, I gotta question the Borg's sophistication at that point. I mean, is this Independence Day level sophistication? Or can I just upload a 1994 virus and wipe you out? That sucks.
Are you just gonna use like one thumb as a joystick and then the other hand for the individual buttons?
Yep. That's totally what I'm gonna do.
Oh,
Actually,
goodness.
the security officer's back on the ship, right? Like, she'd be back up?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's cut back to the ship.
Phoenix? Oh, we're okay.
Since Captain went away for a minute.
Let's do some things.
Let's do some things.
May I speak to the security officer?
The chief security officer? Sir?
The chief
Right,
security?
and other things.
She's available.
The one in charge.
Yeah, I'll look into that. Yeah, one of them
Thank you.
steps out of the room. One of them steps out of the room and taps a comm badge. The next, you're being summoned.
Who is summoning me?
Your officers in the sick bay.
Is there a problem?
No, sir. The person of interest is just requesting to meet with you.
Please tell 3 that I'll be there as soon as I'm available.
ETA?
In the meantime, I'd like to talk to Sorrel about an idea I have.
Okay. Will do. Sorrel and Vinex.
They're all here.
Commander, I had a thought. Considering the Will-o'-the-Wisp was impounded, and by a Jhatee ship, they may have brought it back to their home system.
Context. Will-o'-the-Wisp is what ship?
That was the Ferengi ship.
That was the Ferengi one. Okay, thanks.
I suggest that we scan the system for the ship and possibly any of the life signs of the crew aboard.
You would like me to do a scan, Chief? You're happy to do so. Not that I'm happy.
We can't
Because
scan the ship.
I've
We don't know where it
eliminated
is.
motion. I've eliminated
Does that
motion,
seem like a logical assumption that they would bring it back to the system?
so I will.
We don't know
logically-
what they did with it. Logically, yes, they would have brought it back to Jhatee, but we don't know where it is.
It's a good place to start looking since we're here.
Before that, Sorrel. Inside Command F1.
So I command Diff 1. Here it comes. Insight. Command. Diff 1. Comp range. Do I have an applicable focus? I'm not sure what I'm doing here.
Laws, politics. legality.
Correction. 6. Okay, good. I have that.
Yep.
So focus on an application. I will spend a threat because we are in the command area. So let's do that. Rerolling the complication for sure. And well, diff 1. So great.
You got it. Generally, it is a bad idea to go into someone's home system and start doing intensive scans. It's kind of rude. It's kind of like having like spy planes over or someone else over like New York City. Even if you're allies, that's kind of weird.
And both of them would know that we're in a very delicate situation with what we can do here.
So you could scan, just don't get caught.
Okay. I will do a scan and I will not be caught.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Crack knuckles.
Anybody can do it, you can do it.
Of course. Meanwhile, Captain's getting an ulcer.
What do they say? The old human expression is better to apologize than to...
Ask permission.
I've already stepped on so many toes.
Man, we're about to... Man, we're gonna heel slam on that ankle. Alright. Base difficulty 1. Let's see, to get the base difficulty 1 to scan just the general area around Jhatee Prime, it'll be up to base difficulty 3 to scan the entire star system.
Oh, diff 3?
Mm-hmm.
To scan the entire star system with reason science?
Oh boy.
Oh, he's totally got this.
Cracks his neck a little bit. Flexes the fingers and goes to work.
All right. Next. All right. So we're going for the base diff 3 whole system.
Absolutely, reason science. Sensor operations is my focus.
Next question. You can increase the difficulty by 1 to obscure your intentions, and you can increase. You can do that repeating. So for each
difficulty 5.
You could do diff 5, and then you'll have a base 2 hidden quality on this sensor scan.
Diff 5 it is.
You could go higher.
I can go higher than diff 5?
If you're feeling frosty.
I'm always feeling frosty. Can I go to diff 6?
You certainly can. All right,
I literally can't do it on the sheet, FYI, but...
What? No, you can have you can only roll 5 dice, but you can definitely go at higher difficulties. So this means you get. So for diff 6, you'll be scanning the entire star system, and it will be difficulty 3 for me to detect your scanning.
I'm concerned that Sorrel was equating difficulty with complication at this point.
Puzzle solver as my value that I'm invoking for my determination spend.
Okay. And then complication range that. Sensors and science. All right. That is your task. Puzzle solver, I'll take that. Plus 2 hits.
T9 for a trait?
Difficulty or complication?
Complication.
Can I assist?
You may assist.
Alright. Let's do it. I'm rolling 4 dice since I've already spent the plus 2. Complication is 2. Here we go.
So are you spending that with threat to get the 4th?
Yes. All
So
threat.
2
Yes, sir.
2 threat.
Yeah. Science. It's what I do. It's
And
how I live.
Sensor science.
If I didn't know better, I swear you're all in competition to see who can give me the most trouble in a session.
Sensor science.
Arrange that.
Sensor science from the ship, please, Captain.
Remember the champ. The voice in the sky is fishing for a comp.
Don't fall for it.
No, the ship has to assist. You can't do this on your own.
I'll take that 0.
All right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. You gain 3 momentum on that. Did you actually get float? You got float.
I got float. I did.
You got float off of a Div 6 task. You mad lad.
You gave him a scanning task.
You love scanning for life forms.
Do-do-do-do-do. All right.
Do.
Jhatee home.
Today on Sorrel accidentally reads the blood type of everybody on the planet.
Today on Sorrel gives the captain an aneurysm.
Wow, before the Borg does? That's impressive.
Wow, before Gray does?
It would have
Okay.
been gray.
Obviously, you get to read all the different planets in the system.
Check them out. I like them. A lot of good, lot of variety. Very impressed.
You know that. You know what? I need to put that on the sheet, anyways. Okay, assets. Planet 8 does have a starbase being built. Well, in orbit.
In orbit.
Fans?
Mm-hmm.
Good for them.
It is scale 8 at the moment, but it looks like I think they intend on extending that over time.
So, So I'm getting classes. I'm not getting scales. So.
Scale 8 starbase.
There is no class.
I'm just trying to.
Starbase.
I was just trying to see which planet it's around.
Yeah. This one.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
It's around the Jovian. Gotcha.
You know what? Maybe I should.
Round one of them.
The one to the.
This is another one.
I'm looking at the upper right. I see it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's one. There's
many
one to the left of it as well.
Oh, we got a lot of planets. It's glorious.
This is a very busy system.
There's also a Jovian to the right of it. And
Oh my goodness.
there's another Jovian to the left of it.
I mean,
This planet, this system has a lot of.
round
And
one.
the Jovian below it.
There's so many Jovians. Oh my god.
I gotta feel like
Five
the asteroid traffic in here is pretty low because they got a lot of
Yeah, absolutely. Everything that could be flying around has been captured.
Man, gravity sits for days. You could send so many probes to this system.
So, all of these planets belong to us except which ones?
All of
Oh,
them.
all of them.
Just that was
Yeah.
2000. That was that was.
Except for Europa. Yeah,
Exactly.
it's been a while
All right,
since
good.
I've read it.
Thank you, author. I love it when people get the references. Thank you.
All right. And then power systems. Cool. Starbase around Elm Planet and at 8. Couple thousand people there, and a standard fusion power plant.
Okay, stuff going on. I got it.
Stuff going on. Lots of ships moving in and out of the system. Lots.
Is there a pattern? Is there any emergent pattern that I get from my scans?
all of the civilian and traffic is basically just coming to and from Prime. There's
traffic following the expected lanes.
Yeah.
Except, or is there an exception?
Except there is 2 civilian vessels that seem to be going to the 8th planet. Jhatee Patrol ships. There's a good cluster around Prime itself, and then each one of the planets, the small rocky planets, have like just one vessel, just swinging around it just in case. The Jovian planets, have a strike wing of 4 vessels, those orbiting them at various distances.
So does it seem like a sort of a military massing of troops, not unlike the Russians did outside of Ukraine before they invaded?
I mean, if they're massing troops, this is like massing troops in Moscow, so would it make sense to mass troops here?
Now, to be fair, Germany.
Yes.
I mean, because you can have like rebel forces inside your territory.
You could.
So just strictly from my sensor scans, am I getting any kind of pattern in that way, or does it seem inconsistent with a pattern of we've got some assholes we need to check?
I can answer that for the science
question. Sure.
Would that be science? Yeah, that'd be science question. Sure.
I'm asking science. It's a scan.
It kind of felt weird because I was like more of a anyways, the traffic is a bit heavy. They have like 12 scale of vessel all around all the Jovian planets, which is kind of a lot, but it's not unheard of, especially for a force with a history of militarism.
Slightly unusual massing of military vessels.
Yeah, it's almost like they're being they're being cautious and maybe paranoid of someone setting up something and hiding in the Jovian class.
Okay. Seems super sus to me. I see, or I am anticipating some kind of militaristic approach here. The object which I don't even know. I don't know what they might be targeting. It seems odd to me.
It seems heavy, but I will like put in comparison Earth, the Sol system. Every one of those planets, it has a colony on it, a star base or something, and at least like a patrol vessel. Like usually they're a scale 3 or maybe like an old Miranda that's kind of like stationed to this one planet, because space is big and you kind of want a vessel around each one of those planets just in case. Nice, but having
Utopia, Phoenicia.
Look. All right,
like
I may be about to Jaws to this right here, okay?
Yeah.
But I am going to. I mean, I think I'm seeing a pattern, and I want to create an advantage that reflects that an oppositional strategy or tactic we can take to counter that. And since I'm invoking a strategy, I am going to invoke my Grand Order of Tactics to create automatically a second identical advantage, a double advantage against this perceived strategic ordering of their ships. And I may just be seeing a shark that's not there, but so be it.
Okay, so you have a counter patrol pattern. Go ahead and mark that on your character sheet. So
I got it marked.
so you have a class 2 counter patrol pattern. So if you need to sneak by or outflank Jhatee Patrol, you have an idea of how they do things. All right.
Don't forget to add trait paranoid to your sheet as well.
That might be a temporary trait, perhaps.
If he keeps being paranoid, Alder's going to give it to him with threat.
Yeah. But I want to put like the scale in line, because Star Trek, the show, doesn't show us a proper scale of what a Star Navy would look like. But this is like maybe like 20 to 30% above what you would expect for a system like this, especially for a new government that's just starting up.
Yeah, and Sorrel doesn't have the knowledge that they've been expanding recently, so this would look very suspicious to him.
Yeah, so it's not like an overwhelming number, but it's like 40 to 50% more ships on patrol than you expect. Civilian traffic is about online with what you would expect. So we got the scales, I'll figure it out. Any other questions from the peanut gallery? To answer your initial question, no, none of the missing vessels appear on scans.
It'd be kind of silly to steal a bunch of vessels and park them
not
in orbit
even
of the
the
home world.
Yeah.
Not even the impounded ship that we know of.
No. Oh, it's possible the impounded ship is not here yet. But,
Okay.
For a momentum, I'll reveal something. Sorrel?
Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. There doesn't appear to be an impound yard in this, a dedicated impound yard in this system.
When you say dedicated yard, are you talking about a shipyard that services ships?
There doesn't appear to be a dedicated shipyard for impounded vessels where they're being searched and weapons taken off or that kind of thing, and there's no security presence nearby. There are other shipyards, but they're either civilian or specifically building military vessels. There's no impound yard here.
This is not a Jhatee system. This is just a Jhatee system they're occupying, correct?
No, this is Jhatee Prime.
Oh, sorry. Jhatee Prime does not have a shipyard.
They do have it. They do have
an impound yard. I mean,
they do have shipyards. They don't have an impound yard. You would be able to tell the difference between an impound yard, and there's not one that appears to be an impound yard in this system.
Okay, so where did they take the Will of the Wisp?
That is a good question.
I was going to ask, is it an appropriate inference to suggest that if they don't store them, they destroy them?
Or keep them somewhere else?
Or keep them somewhere else. It is the third alternative.
Don't know.
Commander, I suggest that we advise the captain of what we
fire a
found
full spread of torpedoes. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
That's step 2.
I heard that. No. Bad. Bad commanders.
Nuke it from orbit is the only way to be sure.
Immediately. That we advise the captain that we have not been able to find the Will of the Wisp in this system, and maybe he should ask as part of his diplomatic conversations.
So the Will-O-Wisp is the Ferengi ship that we believe was taken captive?
No,
correct?
we know that we know. Throw.
Yeah.
The Will-O-Wisp was the Ferengi ship that the Jhatee took into custody because they found contraband on it. That
We
one, that one is pure. They impounded that somewhere. That's not That's not a taken ship.
So they should so they should have it somewhere,
It
right?
should be.
They should have it
exactly,
somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the idea with an
It's not one of
impounded
them,
vessel is you just hold it temporarily. You don't like.
So I'm gonna send a message to the Captain Smith. I would strongly suggest making inquiries as to the location and status of the Ferengi ship Will-O-the-Wisp.
We have to be very careful how we word what ships are where, because Will-O-Wisp we know is impounded. It's not one of the taken. The myth.
Yeah, the Will-O-Wisp was added to your list of ships to look into.
Yeah, so that's the message that Sorrel sends to Captain Smith.
Do you?
And with the addendum, Will-O-the-Wisp is not on our sensor scans within the system.
And of course,
is just follow up on impounded Federation vessel.
and of course, let's see.
I get to go deal with the after effects of what Gray did.
Ha.
1 second. I'm a little paranoid. I'm slightly jumpy because of this.
You're very paranoid.
I also have advanced sensors, so this is difficulty 2.
Imagine why you would be very paranoid. There's that Sorrel.
You should roll more than that. These sheets, they're gonna be the death of me.
Yes, the fun time where it is completely crowdfunded sheets. Crowdsourced.
Yep.
There it is. That's the term.
All right,
Not crowdfunded.
got my I3 threat back,
There's a budget.
and I'm spending two threat immediately. As things are happening in the background.
I don't like that at all.
No worry, don't
Yay,
no,
background.
don't worry about it.
You tell me that makes me freak out more.
I know, that's why I keep saying it.
This is my circus. These are my performers. Everything is going tits up. Yay!
All I did was set up a mirror.
I blame 3.
I'm just sitting in a room.
Exactly. I know what you're doing. I know what you're plotting.
You haven't even heard what I want to ask the tactical officer yet.
Oh, I guess I'll go check on 3 when it's convenient.
Yeah. And I just completely brain farted what I was spending that 2 threat on. I was making advantage. What was the nature of that advantage? I can't ask you guys. You don't know what's going on.
We don't know what's going on. K9 knows what's going on. And even they don't know what's going on.
You assume K9 pays attention.
She's probably knitting at the moment, you're right.
Yeah.
She pays attention during the monkey murder, apparently.
Oh, she pays attention when things that she likes are broken.
Ah, I see.
And why did you bring that up? We're going to get that message in the fleet journal again.
Because I wasn't there the first time.
Chat. K9 confirms. K9 confirms. Yes, she is knitting. She is knitting right now. What is going on this stream?
I'd be concerned if she's kneading after having complications. That's a lot more intensive than what she could feasibly do at the moment.
All right. Venix, sickbay.
Yes, 3. What can I do for you?
You told me to talk to you if I wanted to turn my transceiver on.
And why do you feel like you need to turn your transceiver on?
Because I have been unconscious for According to my internal chronometer, I've been unconscious for a week. I need to check on the status of my colony. If they are in dire need, I will need to go ask someone else for help.
Three, would activating your transceiver alert the rest of the board collective as to your location?
No. As I said, I don't have that kind of range. Most I can reach is the sector.
Well, could I ask you to wait until the captain returns before we make the decision on that?
Do you have an estimation as to the time that would take?
I expect him to be back in a couple of hours. Is that satisfactory?
Very well.
Can you tell me the location of this colony? Perhaps we could send them a message and check on them through his traditional subspace communications.
That was the second request I was going to have. It seems my biology has failed me again. I cannot recall the coordinates. But you pulled the computer core from the shuttle. I would like to examine it.
Just
How
for the
did you know
record,
that?
If it's not known,
Somebody-
that computer core has been locked down under high security.
Did we mention that in character or out of
I
character?
thought so?
It was
Might
in
have to
character.
throw that back.
No, it's fine.
Was
It's
it?
in character.
Okay.
The computer core was mentioned in character because we said the only thing that was pulled was the computer core and the two individuals.
I
I mean-
remember saying that we yanked the computer core, but that I wasn't in the scene, so that was out of character.
Yeah, Barton turned it over to the Stavanger, and so the standard security
Barton-
protocols for a random.
No.
computer
Sorrel,
core
Barton wouldn't have been able to turn that over since the Stavanger intercepted that beam out from the pirates.
Well, the same deal though. That's we
Regardless-
intercepted their-
Regardless, yes, you have computer core, and yes, 3 he knows of it.
Okay. 3, that's also something that we're going to have to run by Commander Sorrell and Captain Smith. But
Very well.
we can make our argument to them. And perhaps you could even assist them if they could use your help.
Spending 2 threat. 3.
Yes.
You are starting to get the indication that all of this chain of command stuff and waiting on the captain and all this diplomacy stuff is an inefficient waste of time considering the magnitude of your emergency.
I see.
No.
May I have a pad? It's very boring in here. I have counted 342 self-sealing stem bolts in the far bulkhead. 2 of them need to be replaced.
auto transport into space.
Do we have the Borg equivalent of a busy book?
Not yet.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to jab it straight to his forehead.
The cow goes moo.
Just get a floppy disk, pop open the port on the back of his head, stick it in. Yeah.
Here's a really
Give him a speak and spell.
You could absolutely give him a busy book of sorts if that's something you would like to pursue.
Yeah, I think whatever we can give him that's secure, but that would keep him sufficiently occupied for a bit.
Yeah, you can give him a restricted access pad to the a computer. It'll be a civilian pad. But if you want to put extra security on that, we could.
I want to give him something that's completely offline. whatever we put on there is what he has access to, but
The
it's
doc
totally
says
air gapped.
Okay, so an air gap pad, that's going to be something special, and you have to decide what you preload onto it. But
not destroying our ship or overcoming our systems stuff.
I need a positive list, not a negative list.
Games and entertainment and
the dog says rough.
The Star Trek equivalent of Flappy Bird.
Right.
Flappy Borg.
Actually, you know what, author? Here. I suggest that we give the Borg the Moriarty program 2.0.
The what?
Moriarty.
Moriarty.
Oh god.
Moriarty as in like the Sherlock villain?
Yes. And also the TNG villain that one time.
Exactly. TNG, the
Nemesis for Data.
It is a fully interactive computer system where they can find what they are seeking within the confines of a holodeck program.
Okay. All seriousness. So air gap. All right, air gap pad.
Yeah.
What information can you put on it? Just civilian in database.
Yeah, unclassified, civilian level information.
Okay. And then in some interactive programs, AMPs to keep them busy type thing.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the 2481 equivalent of Wikipedia or something like that.
Yeah. You can download Wikipedia into it, and then a couple of games. So base difficulty 2. You can increase the difficulty of this is to get more quality entertainment on here. Otherwise, otherwise we run the risk of 3 of 12 just burning through that pad super quickly.
Give me diff 4.
All right. So quality 2 entertainment. I like it. And computers. All right, Phoenix.
All right. Go ahead and take 6 threats. Focusing computers.
Absolutely. I think you got it.
I think we managed it, yeah.
All right. 6, 7, 8, 9. Down to 4.
We'll throw in some mathematical equations that have never been solved. Yeah, mathematical theorems,
yeah.
that kind of thing.
So right now you have a skill, a class 2 pad. You can spend that float to increase that.
Yeah, we'll bump it up another 2.
Yeah, you can do that.
I feel like with the mathematical equation, just trying to blue screen the Borg.
DDoS the Borg systems.
Yeah, we'll nomad him.
He just got here, guys.
We're gonna have to do a complete reset on him. He's gonna forget everything.
So, the reason I referenced Moriarty is because we got advanced. We moved beyond the Nomad approach to the Moriarty approach, which is much more nice.
Do you realize what happened in that episode, though, right?
But we came back and it was good. It was good.
Unintended consequences, bad.
All right. You has pad. It is loaded up with the civilian database. You scrubbed it. It wants to make sure there's nothing like super scary in it. You edited the civilian Wikipedia just in case. And just remove some entries. And there's a bunch of interactive puzzle games, and reflex games in there as well.
Sounds great.
And you have this hand. You're gonna give it to 3.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
3. You are given a pad. It has access to. It doesn't have access. It has a lot of information on it and a couple of the programs, but it most notably doesn't have a Wi-Fi connection to the ship.
Has that been physically removed, or is it just turned off?
It's physically removed. This is a special designed air gap pad. So the only way to upload it is to put it in a dock.
Cool. All right.
Almost like the 3 officers in charge really don't want to give the Borg things that could hurt them.
Yeah, it's a shame. How do I jailbreak this?
Called it.
Like every teenager ever.
Every teenager ever.
You know, since the invention of smart devices.
Just to remind you there, 3 of 12, the FBI is monitoring this stream. Just, you know.
Yeah, I wave to my FBI agent every day. You could jailbreak it, but there's no connectivity. The only input-output it physically has is the touchscreen and speakers.
Yeah, that's what the subspace transceiver is for.
Oh boy.
It's removable without surgery. I can just pop it out and plug it into something.
You can?
Yeah, it says in the thing, it is removable without surgery.
I have.
What is removable without surgery?
My subspace transceiver.
Your transceiver.
Yeah.
Without surgery.
Uh-huh.
Oh boy. That's gonna be great.
I hate every bit of this sentence. So what you're telling us is that that's going to be taken away from you very quickly.
Subspace communication
Only
device that can be removed without surgery. That is literally what it says.
Uh-huh.
Dear God, what have we done?
Sorrel is just noting that liberated Borg are still Borg.
You're the GM. It's your job to know what's on our sheets.
To be fair, I gave him this PDF like earlier this week.
Uh-huh.
Although he did have an earlier copy that did have all my implants on it. Only thing I changed was talent and a focus.
This is literally the definition of a you problem.
This is a me problem. You could, in theory, jailbreak this, but you're under the watchful eye of the security team, and the motherboard of this device was specifically made to only have the 3 input outputs: the touchscreen, the speaker microphone, and the physical data port.
Okay.
So, our liberated Borg is doing what?
Well,
doing Borg things.
I'm trying. get access to the computer console because somebody's giving me the bureaucratic runaround.
And the security guards that are guarding him are doing what?
Watching
I
him.
haven't done anything yet. I was.
He hasn't done
asking if
anything. He was
possible.
asking questions.
Yeah,
Technically
interesting.
possible,
At this point,
but
we have
okay, I'll say it is technically possible.
Okay,
but if you
Sorry,
do anything
am I
it is
Huh?
I was asking it. Just remember that he did his Borg assimilation stuff things, or is he withdrawn that? Did I miss
My
that?
assimilation tubes. Oh, I withdrew those. I still have them, but
Okay.
like
Sure, of course. Yeah.
let's get the Geo.
Okay.
Geo finishes rolling.
okay. Technically, it would be possible. You would have to remove the implant and create an adapter for it to plug into the pad, and somehow you would have to do all of this without the security guards who are in the room with you, watching you at all times, under orders to make sure you don't do anything like this from happening.
okay.
Like, there's 3 guys in the room watching you at all times.
Oh, there's 3. I thought it was 1.
No, it's like a small squad. There's like 1 in the room and then 2 outside, like, type of situation, and they rotate out.
All right. Can I just access the computers directly with my transceiver, or would that require some sort of Starfleet protocol? Oh wait, hang on. Question. So I assimilated parts of the shuttle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Logically, that would also include the computer core, right?
I hate every bit of the sentence.
Right.
Oh, this. Well,
What are the what are the odds that there just so happens to be a Borg transceiver that was put in there?
Mm-hmm.
Spending to a threat. It is as possible. However, considering the security lockdown and Ascender, there's probably an EM and a Faraday cage field all around it to prevent transmission.
I would just like to know 3 of 12. I would like you to know that I, for one, welcome our Borg overlords.
Well, your character has bad experiences with the Borg. They would not accept the Borg.
Oh my
Your
god.
character is the reason I'm here indirectly. Anyways. What to do?
I think you're stuck. You just have to protest loudly.
Ooh, one final question. Is this bed independent? Like, computer-wise. Is the computer in this bed independent?
No,
It's a dumb bed.
it
And
wouldn't be.
And I already plugged into it earlier?
God damn it.
No, we don't have Battlestar Galactica independent computer systems. They're all wired together.
Ah,
It is 11:30.
Yep.
I just wanted to note.
Could have just said no. You could just end it here.
10:30 Central.
I'm aware.
Well, in real time, it's 11:30.
All right, 3. I
time?
think we're. Yeah, I think we're done hacking stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to sit in your box.
On the bright side, now I have an iPad.
I don't want to rush. If you've got something you want to do here, I want to see it. I mean, I don't.
No,
I
I wasn't
okay.
trying to. I wasn't trying to discourage like action. I was just trying to.
Keep us aware of time. Yeah.
It also starting to feel a bit hamster wheel.
Yeah.
From my
I'm starting to. Yeah, I'm starting to feel
I mean,
hamster wheel.
My point was,
Yeah.
if there's some kind of cool resolution that you guys have in mind, do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
If it were possible, I'd just like access to, the Stavanger's computers. Just taking a look around.
All right.
Nothing malicious.
Highly dependent on your point of view.
I'm just looking. I'm not changing anything.
Control engineering difficulty 3, complication 5. Because you are
Top five,
under.
you say?
Because you are under a careful eye.
You know, that's understandable. Completely uncalled for, but understandable. Let's see. So, focusing computers.
Mm-hmm.
Would direct neural interface fire?
That's making this possible.
Ah, okay, fair. That's an override thing. That's a flying
You have no
thing.
real connections, and you're doing it the hard way.
Okay. I'm going to spend to the value of support the collective.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, and this is control engineering. It's only a 13, but I only need to get 1. And it's a comp 5. With the fact that I've already, quote-unquote, assimilated the bed, be an advantage at all, or is that also making this possible?
I'll make that an advantage.
Excellent. Drop it down to comp 4, please. Wait, actually, if I drop this down to diff 2, do I still have to roll?
You still have to roll the comp check.
Ah, that's fair. Okay, yeah, then we'll just drop it to comp 4. Onwards and downwards. Fantastic.
You have psychic access as to the computers, and it appears that you are unseen.
Excellent. Go into Starfleet action reports.
Okay.
Access Gugnir's attack on the transport gate.
Okay.
Get me system coordinates.
Reason con. Difficulty 3. Comp 5. Okay, comp 4. You're already in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the comp from?
Computer or systems flagging that there's unregistered access.
You don't have authorization for anything in our computer system, so you're brute forcing everything.
I have some finesse. That's presumptuous. Okay, here's a con. Focusing computers. And once again, direct neural interface is what's making this possible. Okay. Onwards and downwards. Fantastic.
Momentum and gained. You do find the coordinates of that battle. It does not match the location you think you should be.
Yes, I just wanted those because I am now going to do math to figure out where the debris likely would have drifted given, like, the explosion of the battle and the time frame. Because I know how we got to the planet, presumably. I haven't forgotten that bit.
Okay. Yeah, you haven't forgot that bit.
Yeah.
Not for our 2 momentum, and you get a starter on that, but it's going to take you a while out to do that calculation, especially since you're doing it in your head.
Well, I have a pad. I assume it didn't take the calculator.
It's going to be a whole nother scene before you can get and process that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And yeah, that's all I wanted from the computer system.
All right. With that, you can and definitely get started on reverse engineering the location of your colony. Next.
Uh-huh.
I'm assuming you have a pretty good grasp of your computer system.
I am no longer in the computer system, by the way. I took the information I wanted and left.
I know.
Important thing.
But you were still in it.
An unregistered user has access as the computer core.
Potato Vinix, the org seems to be doing something.
Alright, screw this. I'm flooding sickbay with warp core coolant.
Whoa!
Kill the innocents.
Mateo's like, I respect your decision.
Don't listen to that one. Don't
Oh
listen
my
to
god.
that.
Needs an
Called
minute.
collateral damage. Haven't you heard of it?
I died for Starfleet.
Okay, you go clear the sick bay and stay in there with the board to make sure he doesn't leave.
I'm gonna go down to sickbay.
You go down to the sick bay. 3 E of 12 is just us tapping away on the pad.
3.
Yes.
Are you accessing systems outside the pad?
No.
Presence command.
You asked, are you? He is not currently doing that.
Mateo doesn't care. Liar!
Mateo's sitting in the corner with a stop shouting at people cap on his head.
Presence command diff 1 on 3.
Okay. Oh, that's a 8.
No, just for 3. The next you don't have to.
Oh
Oh, that
boy.
was for me to tell him. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, can Mateo assist?
Focus
Yeah,
in
you notice it's
efficiency.
3?
No. 3. This is for 3 telling a lie.
Okay.
Even if it's a white lie.
So you did not pay attention.
Focus in efficiency.
Complication.
You're efficiently telling a lie? What
Lies
the
are
hell?
inefficient.
I'm telling a lie because of efficiency. It was more efficient this way.
You know what? That I kind of buy that.
I knew the Vulcan would be on my side.
Nope. Lies are still inefficient. It's more efficient to tell people what you're doing while you're actively doing it.
Well, if you want to be a brave person and actually talk to me in face to face, you can hash that out with me.
I mean, it's more likely you're gonna get thrown in the brig because you did something to the ship.
I didn't do anything to the ship. I just opened a file. Wasn't even classified. Boop. Ah!
I highly doubt that a Borg invasion of the Shackleton would just be would be accessible by anybody.
Well, it's
No, it was.
accessible by
It was a
anyone.
public event.
Yeah, it's an after-action report.
I'm just taking it for
at the
two
top,
threat.
Because he's there.
Vanex, it appears that 3 of 12 is telling the truth. However slight that might be.
But I still have evidence that something accessed our systems.
Yes.
Does it have the footprint of the pad?
It does.
Accessing or something else?
It does not have the footprint of the pad. It was an unregistered user.
You could backtrace the user.
IP
See,
address.
yeah, see where on the ship it actually came from.
Mm-hmm.
Was
3, are you familiar with the concept of trust?
Trust is relevant in the collective.
You are familiar with the concept, though.
Yes.
And that if you violate the concept of trust, that has negative repercussions.
Are you aware of the concept of urgency?
I am.
If your
What is
people were in
urgent to
danger,
you
would you not
is
want
not-
to be expedients?
Yes, but I've asked for your patience for a few hours.
It seems to me, Captain, that the patience is not coming. The request for patience is not coming from you, but rather your commanding officer.
There is only captains on this ship. Everybody's a
What?
captain.
Yeah, I am not the captain. So 3, I understand your urgency in wanting to get to your comrades. However, the captain of the ship makes the decisions here. And if you're asking for our help, you need to abide by those decisions and trust that we'll do the right thing to help you out and not violate our trust.
The captain has already expressed that he will not help.
Well, the captain is busy right now. We haven't had a chance to talk about the full situation yet.
He seemed very definitive in his statement.
I think we can make an argument for you in your situation, but accessing our systems in the way that you might be doing will undermine the trust that the captain and I have put in you.
If I were to
Understand what I
have
mean?
done so, it merely would have been to make things more efficient. I can't cannot get you to help my comrades if I do not remember where they are.
Well, there's time to do that. A few hours is not going to make the difference.
It very well may.
Well, you have to understand that we're here because there are several missing ships and their crews, and that is our collective. And we need to see to their safety as well. We can't abandon them just to go in aid of your collective. You see what I mean?
If they are both a collective, how do you prioritize?
Well, this is our mission. We have a duty to them. And that must be our priority.
Do not all
Yeah.
beings in need have priority?
All beings in need will get assistance, but this is our mission at the moment. We have orders to find out what happened to these ships and their crews. Anything else is secondary.
Fascinating. So an order is how you receive priority.
Yes, our superior officers above us make those decisions and pass their orders down to us.
Yellow alert!
Captain has
Yellow
his
alert!
orders.
All hands, yellow alert!
What did you
What does
do?
that mean?
What did you
Means
do, Author?
down. Shut up.
3, I have to attend to this. Will you promise me that you will not access any systems?
Unless directed otherwise, yes.
Vinix, do you leave any security there?
Yes, I'm leaving security there. And I'm going
Which
to the bridge.
security? Sorry, which security?
Neither Mateo or Tyron will be left.
No,
Probably.
I asked Vinix.
I would
Vidix
guess
is
the
command.
original security detail that was already
Yes.
there.
Yeah. The
That's fine.
non-board PTSD security was
Which
there.
included Mateo.
Okay,
No.
Mateo's there. Go ahead.
No.
Quick 30-second scene.
And I'm going to the bridge.
All right, Mateo, go.
Yeah, so Mateo's looking at 3 going, don't make a move.
I cannot access the pad unless I move my fingers. Unless you're giving me permission to assimilate it, in which case I can operate it without moving.
I don't think you want me to blow you to bits, so I'm gonna give you one more chance. Don't make a move.
Meanwhile, on the bridge,
This is just going to get these reports later and deny Tyrion and Mateo
Oh.
from ever wanting prisoners. or
it's about to
people
get so
there.
much worse. On the bridge,
What do you mean, worse?
Sorrel,
Oh, wait, it's worse.
Sorrel, you're
Yes.
on the bridge. Venix X appears in the turbolift above you. The ship has gone onto a yellow alert because
Chief.
standing in front of you, trade lane of civilian ships has blown up. Apparently, running into mines, and the entire
so-
system is on lockdown and in chaos.
Wait, in system?
From an observational standpoint, it's random contacts that have then sort of doubled down or had a multiplicative effect from the mines. Is that what I observe?
Civilian ships just got destroyed because of mines.
Civilian ships
Yeah.
ran into mines. That's
Okay, yeah.
that's
so
the
I understand. So sorry, I understand that they've run into mines. I was just trying to understand if it was worse in the sense of, one runs into one and then that explosion leads to another. So it's sort of a domino effect. Is that what I'm observing?
Possibly this will lead to a Kessler system, but as of now, the Jhatee government is screaming and hailing at you, demanding to know what happened.
Yeah, I'm going to ignore that hail, and I'm going to instruct our comm officer to broadcast on wideband, all civilian ships, please come to a zero stop until further instructed to avoid catastrophic consequences.
Con officer is getting yelled at again. Sir, the Jhatee government's demanding that we stand down.
Hails, transmit now.
Oh, God.
Sir, we'll be in violation of treaty and directive if we do.
Lives are at stake. Do it now. on my authority.
Sorrel, Inside Command, Diff 1. I'm trying to give you as much warning as I can, bro.
Hey,
This
look,
is
I just-
is a. Are you sure you want to do that?
and that's fair. But I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, but it just preservation of life.
I will
what
give you a
Vulcans-
point. I'll give you a point of determination for violating the Prime Directive if you go through with this.
I
What?
mean,
This is a direct violation of Prime Directive.
is it?
We don't know what civilian ships
no,
those
no,
are,
no.
so yeah.
Sorrel, let me explain. You do not have authority to send emergency messages is within Jhatee space. This is not your space. You're a guest. Jhatee should handle the situation. If you blast that and transmission, you'll be taking authority. You'll be taking authoritative action within Jhatee space. You'll be in violation of the Prime Directive. Do you want to continue?
This is why I hate the fucking Prime Directive, and so yeah,
Absolutely.
do it.
I'm going to get arrested.
That's okay.
You can all join me.
If I preserve lives on this, totally worth it.
You're in Federation custody. I'm going to be in Jhatee custody.
Inside
Very
Command.
different.
Leadership.
No. The
Leadership
inside,
as my.
no, the inside command and was just. Are you sure you want to do this role? I think we
Okay,
bypassed
yeah.
that.
Okay,
Mhm.
yeah, I do. I want to.
All right,
Yeah.
control command.
I'm blasting this. I'm whispering myself. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the one.
Last warning. Your role is control command difficulty 3, assisted by communication commands. If you proceed with this role, you will be in violation of the Prime Directive, and there will be consequences.
Well,
You are well aware of this.
and yes, he is. All right. control
Absolutely, let's go.
command, difficulty 3, comp standard. Okay. Leadership is my focus.
You are not in a leadership position and of civilians.
Well, but
We're in Jhatee space. We have no actual leadership authority here.
Mm-hmm.
Commander, may I make a suggestion?
All right. Sure.
It might be better to go through the proper Jhatee authorities, otherwise the Jhatee civilian ships may not recognize this command and it might cause further confusion.
Are you on the bridge with me?
He is, or
Yes.
she is.
Oh, okay. I will accept that suggestion. Yes, Jhatee authority. I mean, because, and to be clear, again, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few of the one. The ultimate priority here is that they adhere to commands. If I issue a pointless statement and they ignore it, then they're gonna die, and that's just some shit. So, okay, open up communications to Jhatee Command. This is Commander Sorrel of the USS Stavanger. All ships in Jhatee territory need to come to zero stop or otherwise face catastrophic consequences. Acknowledge.
We are well aware of the situation, Stavanger. Stand by for further instructions. Do not engage.
Inside command, as insight role. Am I being told the truth?
Inside command diff 3.
I love how I just had like this big talking to about how we need to follow orders and orders are important. And meanwhile, the first officer's on the bridge going, "Screw the Prime Directive!"
All the while, I'm on the planet. I have no idea what's going on in space, and I'm still in the middle of a conversation with a police officer.
Your puzzle makes sense because you don't know Sorrel.
Not only the first officer, the Vulcan first officer.
The Vulcan first off.
I know. But have you guys watched Star Trek? Spock does this stuff all the time.
Okay, that's true.
Don't be talking.
He really does. All right, so Inside Command. You said Diff 3?
Diff 3. Alien race unknown command structure.
So it's an alien race unknown to me. Trying to find an applicable focus. Not really feeling any of the. No, I mean, God, no, it's not. No.
Interstellar law and
know what?
politics.
No. I mean, will you accept Federation law and politics?
This is the Federation. That's part of the problem, bro.
Okay, all right, because I was already clicking no on the focus, so I was like, all right, you're gonna give me one, I'll take it. Okay, so Insight Command. All right, you know what I didn't do, and I'm gonna do it right now, just to see. Nope, I didn't. I didn't retain my determination. Just curious if I did. All right, so Insight Command, Diff 3. Nope, comp standard. Oh, you know what? 2 momentum and the rest in threat to get to 5. Here we go.
Oh
Yeah, I
my
think you
god.
got it.
All right.
Got it.
All right, so
I spent 2 momentum and then the rest of threat.
Yep. I'm just updating this. Get you back.
Oh boy.
Who would have thought then the reason, right?
Sorrel,
So
you're being told by a foreign nation whose borders you are within, and to sit down and shut up and let us deal with it.
Sit down, shut up, and deal with it.
And let us deal with it. This is our nation. This is our people. We can handle it. If we want your help, we will ask.
No, and look. So, just to be clear, author, my role was about. So we've got sensors up, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we observe that they're communicating with their ships and they're doing something, I will stand down. If I observe the opposite, I will not stand down.
I would point out that everything that has been with the Jhatee, the captain's orders are to cooperate fully.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. My binary statement holds. What do I observe?
So are you gonna take a moment to observe?
I am taking a moment to observe to see if Jhatee has this as they stay.
Jhatee Emergency Services is spring into action. Broadcasts asked to demand all vessels come to a full stop. Off goes out.
And I am satisfied.
I'm spending 2 threats.
I
God.
adhere to the Jhatee command.
And on
Mighty spent threat.
And on that note, we will end tonight's episode.
Okay, so we've ended the episode in the middle of a space incident and no resolution for what the captain just had to deal with because of Gray.
No. We're gonna cold open on the Gray situation.
At least Sorrel didn't create an
good.
international. At least Sorrel didn't create an interstellar incident. You know.
That was
Don't be back
shockingly
here again,
close.
Sorrel.
I make no promises.
Oh, I hate you.
All right.
Good.
And on that note, we end tonight's episode. Be sure to catch us next week, Thursday, 7 p.m. here on Twitch to catch our next adventure on the frontier.
There's not going to be any poetic speech from the captain tonight. It's just.
Music provided by Kevin Macloud. You can check out his royalty-free music at incomptech.com. As always, we're forever grateful to Mildifius for giving us the tall ship, and to Gene Roddenberry for giving the stars to guide us. Until we meet again, go out and find your adventure.
Peace out.